Hello, everyone. Let's see. Let me know if the audio levels are weird. Let's see who's in here. Party. Ooh. Thanks for coming and hanging out for a bit. Think we'll lose our beautiful mod at some point, but nice to see. Which is weird to say because I was just hanging out with her, so there's that. Hello, Ben. How's it going? What are you up to? Miro, welcome in. What are you up to? Are either of you playing video games? I think Party is playing a video game. But I'm not sure. I'm definitely not playing Fantasy Life. Wait, are you playing Fantasy Life for real, Ben? Like right now? Not right now. It's just unboxing components for my soon-to-arrive birthday present. Yay! Oh, that's great. Miro, is it the Steam Deck that you're looking forward to? How is STRIMR? How am I? I'm definitely not playing Fantasy Life. I gotta level up my mining. Oh my gosh. Ben, how many lives have you unlocked? Are you enjoying it though? No cap, Ben. Like, don't try to spare my feelings just because it's a game that I enjoyed back in the day. Like, what do you think about the game? Oh, Miro, you're going to get a Steam Deck? Oh, I'm so happy. I'm glad for you. Very glad. I saved up for mine. I got a middle tier one, but was my own purchase with my tips. Oh, that must feel so good though, Miro. Like, you know, getting your own thing. I don't have Cook or Paladin. Farmer and Artist are locked. Yes, they don't unlock until later, is what I heard from somebody. Oh man, so Ben has almost all of the lives unlocked. What do you think about the combat, Ben? I had to order the 512 OLED due to supply chain issues. Oh. But I mean, I heard the OLED is like has a better screen, so it is what it is, right? Hey Simp, how's it going? What are you up to? What are you up to, Simp? We got Ben here playing Fantasy Life. We have Miro prepping for his birthday gift arrival. I'm super excited for you, Miro. I'm going to be honest. Steam doesn't have to pay me to plug the Steam Deck. It is helpful, insanely helpful. It's not necessarily as, how can I say this? If I had a choice between a super expensive gaming laptop and a Steam Deck, I think I would choose the super expensive gaming laptop just because of carrying things around. But setting aside the issue of having a monitor, the Steam Deck is really fantastic in terms of utility. So what I did is I packed one of my monitors in my bag, which made it really heavy and annoying. But I packed one of the monitors in my bag, and then I used the Steam Deck as a computer. Now it comes with Linux natively. So what I ended up doing was putting Windows on a terabyte SD card. And if you hold the buttons a certain way, it can force boot Windows onto the device, running off of the card. Very, very handy. Not much, just coding and reading Game of Thrones. Oh, Simp, that's right. You're developing that kind of like dark fantasy, first person type of old style The overheat easy? Yeah. Where the Steam Deck warms up for sure. Don't get me wrong. I was running Final Fantasy on it. You know, but you have to lower the settings. But you can play Final Fantasy 14 on a Steam Deck, which is phenomenal. So overall, like, having to carry around a monitor makes the Steam Deck a bit of an issue. And I don't know if chat remembers, but way back in the day when I was really new to streaming, I had huge audio issues when I went to visit my friend in Michigan. And there was a bit of a struggle figuring out how to turn off the Steam Deck's microphone. And it was just, yeah. And you can't play unplugged usually. The graphics card turns off if it's a high-end one. Yeah. I played on your deck when I'd visit. Yeah, the Steam Deck, in my opinion, is hands down one of the most utile pieces of equipment you can have. If you have a Bluetooth keyboard, a small monitor, and your Steam Deck with a little bit of cording, you can basically have a work setup that moves everywhere. So I would pack, when I went to live at Party's house, I would pack a monitor into my luggage. And then hook the Steam Deck through the dock to the monitor. And the guy one of the guys who's famous from Valve was Gabe, showcased the Steam Deck. And when he showcased it, he was playing Final Fantasy 14 on it. So I don't know if many people in chat know, but Final Fantasy 14 is one of the only MMOs that has phenomenal support for a controller. So if you wanted to, you could learn how to play Final Fantasy 14 with a controller. It's absolutely doable. And there are people who prog like raids and stuff with a controller. Now, some people obviously will prefer mouse and keyboard, but if you wanted to, you could. So this is where having a Steam Deck is very nice, because I could fairly reliably play 14 on my Steam Deck if I was traveling. The only downside is the Steam Deck screen is quite small. So you have to hook it through a dock to a monitor, and that's where things kind of got a little wonky. Yoshida said he didn't want to patent 14's controller setup because he felt more games could benefit from it. Wow, that is really awesome. That's so cool. I posted the photo of the first part of my birthday present on Discord. Oh, okay. I think I saw mention of a Steam Deck, but I wasn't sure. Okay. Yeah, so I didn't get a Valve dock. I'm not paying $70 for a dock. Heck no to the techno. I paid for like a $30 like third brand dock for my Switch, for my Steam Deck. What about the Switch 2? So the thing about the Switch 2 is there's just not enough buttons on it yet. The Switch 2 doesn't have enough buttons, but I could see maybe the mobile version of 14 going to Switch. I could see that if it depending on the necessary graphics and the connectivity issues, but generally speaking, I think one of the main issues with Switch 2 would be the lack of buttons. I ordered an Anchor 30-buck dock that's arriving. Exactly, Miro. I think that's the one that I got. I think that's the one that I got too. There's no like, yeah, that's what I'm. Yeah, Steam Deck OLED and a Switch 2, and considering getting the Xbox Ally. Ramos is like having a collection of handhelds over there. I could see myself wanting to switch to a Steam Deck OLED at some point, but it's just I'm happy with the Steam Deck I got right now. It does me fine. In fact, guys, when I boot through Windows, get this, when I boot through with Windows off of my micro SD card, I'm able to run my work program. So as a teacher, I use a special online program to teach, and it's only Windows only, no Linux support. And I didn't want to fuck around with weird sandbox stuff, especially when you're trying to bypass Beijing, blah, 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 blah. So I just was like, nah, nah. So what I liked about the Steam Deck is you can dual boot off of an SD card, a micro SD card. So I dual boot off of the SD card, and I'm able to run my work program in Windows and have it up on the screen, and then I can basically work on the Steam Deck. However, the screen is smaller because it's locked at 600 ratio, and it feels tighter and less accessible as a teacher. But in extreme situations, like if I want to go see my friend down south or my sister down south, that's what I will have to do. There's a Switch 2 boycott. Is there? I didn't hear about the Switch 2 boycott. Simp, what are they boycotting? Is it the price? I also have a regular Switch and a Switch Lite. I wonder if I like handhelds. Yeah. Yeah, wow. Yeah. I have a regular Switch, but the Joy-Cons on it are so broken, I can't even navigate the menu. So today, a package came in for me to fix my Joy-Cons, so then I can play some Mario Kart with Party. Price and just Nintendo is shitty. Yeah, that's... The Nintendo tax was also off-putting. Okay. But I missed the Switch 1 console cycle and would need a Nintendo account, etc. Right. Yeah. That's fair. Nintendo tax. Yeah. The issue with Nintendo is it feels like they never throw you a bone, right? They never throw you a bone. They hardball you every single time. But yeah. Okay, so I know that Ben is not playing Fantasy Life. Miro's prepping his Steam Deck. Jonathan, what are you doing, Jonathan, right now? What are you up to? We heard that Simp is coding and reading Game of Thrones. I don't know how you code and read Game of Thrones at the same time, but that's crazy. Jonathan's at work. Whoa. Can I ask you, Jonathan, you can not share this information, but do you work from home or do you go into work? It hasn't shipped yet? Okay. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Miro, you should ask Ben for the story of how he got his Steam Deck. Yeah. Yeah. Let's just say it's fascinating. Very fascinating story. Ben doesn't want to talk about it. He put it behind him. No, I'm a shift manager at a restaurant. Really? Oh. That's great. I don't know why in my head I just imagined Jonathan as being like someone who like works at a computer or something. Wow. So Jonathan, is that something that you want to do for the rest of your life, or is this kind of like an in-between job, if you don't mind me asking? I could never imagine being a manager. There was this one time when I was approached to be a manager of a coffee shop. Not a manager, I should say. I should clarify. Kind of like a supervisor beneath the manager. And I remember just being like, nah. And so they passed over me to this girl who was relatively new but very ambitious. And she started going after me really hard, like in a crazy kind of way. And I remember returning home one day feeling really defeated and frustrated. And I remember talking with my mother and I was like, I don't understand, what is her problem? And I remember just feeling really frustrated, and I couldn't get it until someone, or it could have been something I realized over time, was that she was feeling very defensive because she didn't understand why I wasn't stepping in and taking over instead of her. So whenever I took initiative, she saw it as me trying to get her position. And then finally, it got to a point where I was like, this is too far. So I took her aside and I said, I don't want your job. I don't want to be a supervisor, but I know what it takes to close this building down on time. So I will be making decisions for you sometimes in order to get things started, but I do not want your job. And from that day onward, we were all good ass. It was all good ass. So it sometimes, like, when you're working with people in the food industry specifically, there's a lot of personalities you got to handle. She thought that was your strategy instead of your personality. Yeah. See, I think Leo, she was so ambitious. She couldn't imagine someone else not having ambition. And honestly, I didn't have ambition. I didn't want to become a supervisor. I saw it as a 25% increase and a 50% stress increase and a 25-cent pay increase. So I was like, do I want to get paid like 25 to 50 cents more per hour for 50% more stress? And my answer was, no, I don't. So I kind of like, I opted out. I was like, pass. I'm only working here because the pay still meets my needs. I luckily have a very low cost of daily life, and in the future will inherit property that will be mine to do with. Oh, well, I'm relieved. Well, that's nice, Jonathan. That's really great. I'm very, very glad for you, because this day and age, property is, yeah, it's tough. Give her the now sit down bish. Yeah. I had to because it got to a point where I was actually, how can I say this? I don't want to like overstate this, but it was getting to the point where it felt like bullying. It felt like harassment at work. And I was like, I didn't sign up for this. So I sat her down. We had a come to Jesus moment. We had a moment where I said, look, I don't want your job. When I take initiative, I'm not commenting on your leadership. I'm not commenting on anything. I just want to get stuff done so we can leave early. And she was like, oh, okay. And then from then on, it was like, boop, no problem. But I'm glad to hear, Jonathan, that you're fairly content at work. I don't think I'll need micro SD cards with my Steam Deck once I install the internal SSD upgrade. Yeah, that's good. I didn't want to open up my Steam Deck. Oh, wait a minute. Did I open up my Steam Deck? I think I did for something, though. I forget what I did. Did I replace the SSD? I forget what I did. I'd have to ask somebody that I know, because I remember them sitting with me while I did something, but I forget what it was that I did. But yeah. So we caught up with Miro. We caught up with Ben. We know what Simp is doing, sort of. Coding. What is Leo doing? Oh, hey, Wooly. The Steam Deck was made for tinkering. I think I opened my Steam Deck up, but I forget why I opened it. But I may have also replaced the SSD inside. I may have. I'd have to take a look. Are you at work, Willie? Leo, what are you up to? Okay, so Leo said, Leo's, I ain't doing jack. Oh, my brother went to work in this small town up north, and he was seeing different lots of land to buy, and the only one available are just crap and still expensive. Wow. So all over the world, huh? As usual at work. I don't know why I asked, but you never know. You never know. Hope springs eternal. Oh my gosh, guys. My mom and dad came by to visit, and my mom gave me a letter that she wrote in 1982. And it was to me when I was a small child. I was just born. So I was born in March. So this is in August. So March to August is like a few months. So maybe 5 months, 6 months later. Okay, check this out. I got to be careful because I don't want to, dox anyone here. But this is what she wrote. You were born quietly. And then she gives the time and date. March 30th, FYI, 1982 at 1:18 a.m. At first, I thought something was wrong because you didn't cry. So apparently, I was 3 weeks late. They had to induce me to make me come out. And then when I came out, I was done with life. That's how I'm reading this. I came out and I didn't cry, but I was very quiet. And apparently, I just lay there. Maybe I was in shock. Maybe I was shocked that they made me come out. Born black-pilled. Yeah, I just came out and I was instantly jaundiced by life. Actually, I literally had jaundice as well. So, yeah. And apparently, wait a minute, I'm flipping over. She wrote, when I see you now in the stroller, you are looking so wise and concerned, and you're sticking your legs straight out. It's just so cute. I think by then, part of my personality kind of was there. You know, like my soul and how my soul addresses the world had, to a certain degree, formed at that point in time. And it was there when I was a baby. So apparently I came out and I just looked around and I didn't even cry. I was STRIMR self-doxing coming. Oh, that's so terrible. And do you remember that stream where I said my own name, which is so embarrassing? I still haven't gone through to listen to the part because I can't remember when it happens. And I know that some of you guys know this, but listening to my own voice talking is so terrible. Like, the thought of me having to listen to my whole stream, like, anyway. So, anyway. Meanwhile, we're all listening to your voice. I don't know how you guys do it, honestly. And I remember talking recently, I think it was with Leo, and I was trying to explain. And Party will agree. When I was, up until even now, I suffered from extreme social anxiety. Like, guys, I struggle to make eye contact. I can't say hello to new people at church. I don't talk to people. I literally hide in the corners of rooms or along the wall, or I stand close to family members and hope that people don't notice me. Like, it is bad. There have been times when people have approached me to say hello to me, or they've mistaken me for someone, and it doesn't go well. So all of my life, like, even to this day, I suffer from an extreme social, not extreme, but quite bad social anxiety. And a lot of the friends I've been blessed with were people who weren't afraid to chase after me and pursue me a little bit, and get me to open up. Like one of my besties, Emmy, for example, my other bestie, Meet Chan. Both of those lovely women in my life came up to me and approached me because like I can't approach people. And so I think a lot of people might think that, you know, I've always had this dream to talk online. I do not. I never had a dream to talk online. Yeah. Like it's crazy that I'm not actually a shut-in. Rip VODs. Yeah. Royal knows. As soon as I private a VOD, you guys can just wave it goodbye. You sound like a normal Canadian to me. Oh, that's nice of you to say. 4 hours. Listening to yourself gives you cringe, Leo. I understand that. Wooly says, listening to my own intonation is odd. Not bad, just odd. Yeah, Wooly, but we don't all sound like a kind of super sexy Liam Neeson, okay? Like, some of us sound like Canadian women. I'm pretty sure everyone hates listening to themselves. Well, apparently Wooly just finds it odd. So do not approach for an autograph. Yeah, I'll just pretend that Party is me. I'll put her on my lap and move her arms and legs. No, seriously, I can be very forbidding. So, like, not a lot of people might, like, in real life, if you met me, quite a few people might actually think I look angry or, like, really intense. But when I smile, I laugh and smile, obviously. It's just when I get into certain social situations, I close down. It's, like, not open for business. So there's, like, two sides. Party's like, nah, that's not what I signed up for. But it's true. Party is like the life of the party. When you meet Party in real life, her eyes are this beautiful blue that look like they're always dancing and mischievous. She has these little triangle invisible eyebrows that always look devilish, like she's going to get up to something really naughty. I personally think, like, some of my siblings are very almost like charismatic because they have such an air of openness. Whereas people have always said that I look kind of dour. So you guys might wonder, like, about my avatar that I choose to represent myself with. It's not that I look exactly like that, but I felt like it was an apt equivalent. They are not invisible. Eyebrowless. Resting bitch face. Party, do I have a complete RBF, or is it just kind of... I don't know if I have a complete RBF. It's more like just very intense looking. Making you sound alien to yourself. Yes, here's another thing, Wooly. I actually don't like high-pitched women's voices. Yeah, I just look very somber. Not like bitchy, just somber. So my issue, Wooly, is I think my voice is quite high, which I don't like. Like, I just don't like it. If I... Like, sometimes I wonder, like, should I just smoke so I can get, like, a smoker's voice? Because I think, like, husky women's voices is, like, so much better. But maybe it's because I'm kind of attracted to guys and I just like guy voices. So I should get an AI voice. Chat, what do you guys think? I should get an AI voice that sounds like Wooly. I'll train an AI on Wooly's voice secretly. The avatar is actually what caught my attention for your channel amongst the sea of cat-eared VTubers. I just like high-pitched sounds as well. See, Wooly? See? Stayed for the thoughtful content? Well, thank you. Wooly mutes Hi Gacha Games confirmed. I'm not a fan of high voices. Well, that's kind of you to say, Jonathan. Yeah, my avatar represents a disgruntlement, which I think is great. I want to make an avatar for Party. I'm going to have to ask her. By the way, Party, can you send me... So do you know how, like, my avatar is based off of that one kind of, like, internet meme face? What avatar face would you use to represent yourself? The crying incel? Now Vivian in Zenless Zone Zero, dear God, I can't stand... Paimon? Does anybody want some Paimon in their lives? I just, I don't like squeaky sounds. Yeah. Assifer. And Canon Law and Gregorian chant. Oh, could you guys imagine Wooly singing Gregorian chant? Oh. It's also weird when a grown woman has the same voice she had as a preteen. That is kind of strange. That is. Pick from the female Wojak. Even the men's. There's something about Gregorian chant that is just like, you know, chef's kiss. Could you imagine men, all of the bros in chat doing like a Warhammer 40k monk chant for the techno ascendant god thing or whatever they called them? I do not understand how anyone can tolerate Paimon's voice. I honestly think that only PDFs tolerate Paimon's voice. Children of the Omnissiah. Yeah. An Omnissiah chant. Come on, Willie. We know you can do it. Okay, what time is it? Okay. I'm just watching time a little bit because one of my students canceled on Friday and they want to do a makeup class tomorrow morning. It's not early, but yeah. Except for PGR. I will say this. PGR, and maybe Willie will agree, does not have insanely chirpiness all the time. I think there's maybe a couple characters that are a little bit younger and are a little bit chirpy, but for the most part, almost all of the VAs sound like they're legal. We can't react yet. It's only been... Okay, shut up, Ben. Go back to your fantasy life. Oh, my Lanta. So what are we going to be reacting to today? So I chose something that I'm trying to go through the list. I don't know if anyone's been noticing this, but I've been trying to go through the list. And the next thing on the list is Muffin Man's recommendation. And I think we already saw the Song of Ice and Fire and the Useless Degree one by Simp. So we're also going to look at Leo's video called Are Men's Reading Habits Truly a National Crisis? So we're going to take a look at that. And then we might also take a look at something that Leo shared with me, which is about John Steinbeck's writing suggestions. I kind of want to weigh in on that from my personal perspective as an architect, as a ghostwriter. And I want to talk a bit about that as well. So I think we're going to aim for 2 videos and 1 little article thing. We'll see. But the new record, Nanami is the only chirpy derpy character, but it makes sense for her. Yes. I think Nanami, that's the one with the yellow and black, right? With the shield, kind of. Yeah. Yeah. Did you say one I recommended? Yes, Ben. Yes. We are going to be tackling a Greg Owens video. Now, I happen to respect Greg Owens for one reason only, and that was in a sea of people talking about fantasy. He was one of the only ones that kind of drew a connection to the state of fantasy television and the publishing industry. He was one of the only people, and I found him by accident, and I watched it, and I was like, holy moly. Now, I don't like to dictate my beliefs by what someone else says. If someone comes to me, even someone that I love dearly, and says, I believe in this, I'm not going to believe in it until it makes sense to me. But there's something to be said about 2 people who have never communicated on the internet seeing a connection. And if you move in certain, shall we say, conservative air quotes, conservative circles, you're going to see a lot of people making comments about, oh, woke this, woke that. And I understand that some people are worried, and in many cases, rightfully so. But we need to think about things in a broader framework. We can't just think about things as only being this binary of woke versus non-woke. So I don't know if anyone saw the Summer Game Festival, but there were some games in there. I'm thinking of the Wolf and the Ram game by Square Enix. And I was watching Asmongold, because I find that he's just fun to watch. Sue me. And his chat were like, woke, DEI trash, woke, woke, woke. Now, once again, I'm not trying to go after Asmongold's chat. And half of them are probably just being like Leo, like edgy edgelord, edgy boys. But sometimes I think my concern about critiquing stories is that people go for the low-hanging fruit, and they see a fat woman in a game and they're like, oh, the game is woke. And I'm like, that doesn't necessarily have to be the case. It could be a bad game for a completely different reason. Or like, oh, this game is bad because it has androgynous characters. And it's kind of like, the androgynous characters are maybe poorly designed, but that doesn't necessarily need to mean that it's bad. So I just don't like how some people conflate certain issues just with the politics. And I think it's as bad as Anita Sarkeesian. Does anyone remember that famous Anita Sarkeesian quote? Okay, let me see if I can dig it out. She was a wild one. Ah, yeah, here we go. I sort of joke about how it was the most liberating thing that ever happened to me, and also the most frustrating for everyone around me, because like when you start learning about systems, everything is sexist, everything is racist, everything is homophobic, and you have to point it out to everyone all the time. So there is a good year of my life. And this is what I'm talking about. So we all laughed at Anita Sarkeesian for saying this, because that is ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. You can't go after everything based off of, you know, that one thing. I remember hearing this from her, and I was just like, what are you on? It reminded me of an engineering friend who taught English in China, who was forced by the private school that she worked for to do a Marxist reading of Pilgrim's Progress. Okay, try to get that on. Now, once again, I'm not against doing a specific reading of something, but my issue is when it is the only reading that you provide. In the same way, it's okay to see something that you think is going on and to point it out. But if all you're seeing is only one fraction of what, like if you're only seeing with blinkers on and you're only seeing the one problem, so you're looking for, let's say you're looking for green frogs to such a degree that every frog that you see is therefore green. And that's a problem, because sometimes a frog might be green and also have yellow spots on it. And we need to talk about the yellow spots on it. So that's what I'm talking about. It's like too narrow. It's too narrow. And one of the issues I have with the conservative rhetoric, shall we call it that, is that it's too narrow sometimes. It's not dealing with other factors or trends that are also coinciding with everything else. So this is where my issue is with my fellow compadres, who I respect, by the way. I'm not trying to like go after some of these people. I'm like, they can do their thing. Freedom of speech, yada yada. But I just think if we're going to go after Anita Sarkeesian for seeing the world as all of this all the time, then maybe we need to also go after our own people for seeing everything with one lens, which would be the woke thing, the woke grift. Did you say that poor backlog? Hey, you know what? I look at that backlog and I just see times to spend with chat. So I'm glad that chat keeps putting stuff in there, because that means we'll never run out of conversations. It's been an age since I recommended. Well, I got to it. I got to it. His chat spreads a lot of bad disinfo. I mean, if you're going to spend your life thinking about what other people think on the internet, I think you probably have an issue. But definitely, I will agree, Simp, that there are times when I just shake my head at his chat. I recommend watching Maximilian Dude for game showcases. It's such a difference between vibes and chat. AAA is reaping what they sowed. Yeah, that's also fair. People called Expedition 33 woke. They need to stop. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Ben. Is like, we can say a game has issues, or we can say a game has liberal philosophy. But when you are dismissing something in such a short-handed manner, I don't appreciate that. Right? Everything is racist, everything's sexist, you have to point it all out. Yeah. And she had a wedding with herself. That's all her work did for her. Oh my goodness, Leo. I remember that. Is she the one that had the wedding? Oh, that's sad. That's really sad. There are videos working on it that could power a lot of streams. Yeah, we covered the Bronze Age one, Miro. But some of them are like 1 hour long, so I have to be in the mental headspace to do an hour long one, because we all know what happens with 20-minute ones. The new Ghosts of Tsushima being called woke when we know them all when we know the main character is female was weird. I wonder why she couldn't find anyone. I mean, she sounds like she's kind of crazy. But they're good. Yeah. We'll get there, Miro. Don't worry. I've not forgotten them. They're still there. Yeah. So here's the thing, right? I memed on Anita. Or at least when I first heard of it, I was laughing so hard because I thought she was whack. But I don't like it when people are pulling the trigger on something before they've even played it. Before we've even seen the writing. Before we've even seen the story. Yes. The story may be bad. The story may be woke AF. The story may be a complete slop fest. But let's wait until we see it before we start jumping at stuff. So what I liked about Greg Owen is that, unlike some of the other folks, he seemed, at the very least, in the videos that I watched, to have a more holistic view of the industry as a whole. Very similar to Chado, because there's just a sense of measure there that's less clickbaity, which I appreciate. Girl boss fatigue. Yeah, girl boss fatigue for sure. Lesbian stories fatigue. I mean, I'm sure there's some bros out there who don't mind a good girl on girl stuff. Cast at Expedition 33 is mostly female. The gender isn't the problem, it's the writing. It's how they're writing it. It's how they're writing it. Girl boss or poorly written characters fatigue. Because there could be a man in there, and if the man isn't written well, then he is also... It's a problem, right? So, anyway. But yes, I think we have one by Simp called Actually Investigating Gaming is Dying. And I skipped a couple of my own videos. We have Miro's Too Many Reboots. The space opera one, I checked that one. That one also looked kind of long. Yeah. But I think sometimes I skip my own videos that I post in there. Sweet baby, we don't like your kind around here anymore. Oh, wow. I skipped a video by Leo. Modern MMOs suck. Modern design is at fault. Oh, no. I skipped a video by Wooly. Oops. I'm going to go back in there. I'm going to go back into the content request thing, and I'm going to clean it up. Because some stuff is getting missed. Can we submit Chieko videos for... That is disgusting and terrible and no. No. Oh, no. No. No, I don't want to hear my own voice. Why video games is actually dying is probably too long. Should put an emoji of some kind for the videos you've watched. I know I've thrown some in. Yes, so guys, what I will do is I'll promise to go through this. Maybe I'll have time tomorrow. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go all the way up to the top and I'm going to start deleting certain people's stuff. And I'll make a little list of what we've covered. And then, anyway, I'll do some housekeeping in here because it's getting a little manky up in here. But I'm so glad people are still posting in here because I really do appreciate it. Oh, Miro just... Oh, the most tragic love story of the Bronze Age. Diplomacy and divorce in ancient Ugarit. Oh, Miro knows that I love me some archaeology. Oh, I can't wait for that one, honestly. Just be careful, guys. If you post an hour-long one, like if you recommend an hour-long one, it's not bad. That's not a bad thing. It just... How can I say this? I go back as far back as I can, and I check the lengths before I get on stream. And some days I have to get up early the next day, like, for example, tomorrow morning. So then I have to be careful. Plus, I have this lovely roommate. I don't want to keep her up all night talking. So, yeah. AAA is rotting away while still shambling on. Fascinating and macabre, but gaming as a whole will endure it. Yes, absolutely. I agree. Might even flourish. Yeah, I think the indie scene, for example, is fascinating. There were some interesting titles that have recently come out. Has chat seen any of the showcases, like the PS5 State of Play and the Summer Game Fest? Did anybody see any of those? There was one particular game that I legitimately went and put on my wish list. But did anyone else see any games that they're like, yes, I'm looking forward to that? I wishlisted Sea of the Sword because it looks like a spiritual successor to Journey. So what I'm thinking is, if it comes out, I'll play Journey, because I know I can play that in under an hour, and then I'll play Sea of the Sword on stream. You saw last bit of Summer Game Fest on Yang Ye's live stream? Yes, I watched his response, actually. Indie gaming is also sort of bad. Ooh, Simp, can you explain that? Because you're like a game developer yourself, so can you explain how it is also sort of bad? Is it because they're trend chasing or what? I care not for industry-wide events. It's hard to make a living? Yeah, that's fair. It's probably a lot like ghostwriting, but worse, because you have to sink even more time in. Whereas, like, if you're a speedy writer, okay, and you're like in the zone, I think you can shit out a book within about a week. So it's only a week of your life gone. But if you're indie game developing, you're putting like months, right, or years in for a game that might fall out of favor because people are trend chasing and stuff. 99% of indie games make less than 10k USD. Yeah. I think what's interesting, Simp, is that there are a couple games like Balatro or Valheim or Pal World or something, right? They hit it big. They hit a zeitgeist. And a lot of people look at that and go, oh, that's a win for indie development. It is, but it also should be like, people should remember that it's also about giving people what is not there. It's about zeitgeist. It's about hype. It's about maybe who promoted it. There's like a lot that goes into it. The Expanse title? Ooh, I heard that there's a video game based on The Expanse. Yeah. Marvel Token Fighting Spirit has me excited, says Jonathan. Ooh, that's cool. I didn't know if we had any fighting game people in there. The Lies of P DLC was shown, I think, at the Summer Game Fest. That looked pretty interesting. I would never play it, but looked fun for people who liked Lies of P, probably. It was kind of cool how, oh man, the people who did Astrobot came out as well. I think, was it the State of Play? The Astrobot people came out and they said that they cooked up some extra free ? DLC. So that was pretty cool. And then guess what happened, guys? Oh my gosh. So the other day I was updating my games on Steam. I was playing a bit of Fantasy Life, and No Man's Sky had yet another patch. This one's called Beacon. And in it, you can become an overseer of multiple planetary settlements and discover townships of the secret robotic autophage. And now there's settlement balance, management decisions, upgrades, infestations, base parts, and more. I am not gonna lie, like kind of low-key pumped.
This is the Beacon Update.
So I'm starting a fresh save.
For settlements in No Man's Sky. With huge new robotic settlements to discover. Each inhabitant now has their own abilities and attributes.
It just looks really cool. So yet another free update for us No Man's Sky people. So you can oversee 4 settlements and govern your settlers. I've never done this before in the game. And look at historical records. Have festivals. I don't know. I'm kind of excited for this new update. Now they weren't featured in any of the Games Fest. Obviously, it's an old game, but Owlcat specializes in isometric CRPG, so I'm cautious about the Expanse title until actual and extensive gameplay is revealed. Now, don't quote me on this, Willie, but I heard that from my one brother who like watches way more than I do, he loved the Expanse TV show, if I recall correctly, and people have told me the books are really good, so the universe might be able to handle it. RE9. Jonathan's excited for RE9. The new Silent Hill. Oh, Silent Hill F. Leo, are you going to sail the 7 seas? Are you going to sail the 7 seas? It was good. Miro, can you play horror? I wouldn't be able to survive that. As soon as I saw like all of the scary stuff, I was like, count me out. Maybe. Leo's gonna keep his peace about it. Expanse title is going to be a third-person shooter, hopefully not in UE5. Oh, The Expanse. Okay. Oh man, I'll have to look it up maybe later then. I haven't seen anything about it, so. So, Willie, you said hopefully not in UE5, so that I'm assuming you're talking about Unreal Engine 5. Can you share with us what your qualms are about UE5? Is it the floatiness or the movement, or is it like the graphics quality? What is it about UE5 that is like, to you? Well, let's see here. Just checking to see. I noticed that Enraken just posted another video. Great! Just add to the backlog, everyone. I'll go through the backlog and try to sort things out, because we have gone through quite a bit, but I'm worried that I may have missed some people's stuff, and I don't want to leave anyone's stuff behind. That being said, if you left one that's about an hour long, I don't know how to say this, but it's just a bit harder for me to embark on an hour long. UE5 is the gray goo of game dev. All games made in it look alike. Optimizing UE5 is difficult. And Owlcat has a terrible day 1 record. Oh, so they have to patch it up. Everyone put 3 dots in chat to mimic Miro. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think. There was someone saying like how nowadays it's very common to see people having to put out like a day 1 patch just to, oh wow, look at everyone. Good one, Leo. Good one. Yeah. If you see some weird stuff happening in content requests, don't panic. In the future, I will try to get around to doing it. There's a few other things on my plate right now. I'm working on 2 videos about ghostwriting, working as a ghostwriter, working with a ghostwriter, and then I want to put out a couple other things. I don't know who I told. I think I told Party. Maybe Ben. Not sure. But I've been... Party is like, the words I just said has gotten Party's mod brain spinning. Yeah, I'm not certain if I who I told it to, but I am currently in the midst of this. I got to be very careful here because Google is very, very crazy. So I've been working on analyzing expansion by expansion the first 25 quests of Final Fantasy XIV. And yeah. And guys, this is kind of what you can take a glimpse. This is a glimpse of what it looks like. So here's a Realm Reborn, Heaven's Word. So these are sheets I've been working on for the past week or so. And then what is that going to become? It is going to become, this is crazy, guys. Is this autism? You tell me, okay? You tell me, is this autism? But yeah, I'm making pie charts now. This is where we're at. We're at ratios, steps, combat, cutscenes. Yeah, spoilers. So yeah, I've been doing a lot of breakdown, folks, because you know, I put out a video called Objectivity versus Subjectivity, and it would be shitty of me to present an analysis of something without doing the research. So this is me doing research, actually. I'm going to hide my research because I don't want to spoil my own research. But let's just say the data is very interesting. Pivot table win. I don't know about you guys, but I love me a good spreadsheet. Yeah. Party and I had the most amazing spreadsheet for making the submarine and dirigible for our FC. And I actually created a spreadsheet for Love Nikki. I think I shared it on stream one time, and it was so beautiful. And I actually ran into issues with the formula. So I went to the Google help, and I was like confabbing with Google Sheet experts on how to craft this god tier formula. It was insane. Party and I love. Yeah, I still have Ben 2 left to do. I showed Ben the Love Nikki one. I'm sure his eyes were just bleeding by the end of it. Okay, so let me go back up here. UE is 5 is fine. It's just devs are sort of lazy. Interesting, Simp. Do you think that some devs are just taking stuff out of the box without really using the tool correctly? Do you think that is what other engine is good for making games? I think for out-of-the-box use, okay, Simp can correct me if I'm wrong here, but there are basically 2 out-of-the-box type major engines. So the first one is Unreal Engine. I think the current iteration is 5. I could be wrong, though. And generally, I think a lot of people who go for, like, open world will go for the Unreal Engine 5. But Unreal Engine 5 has like blueprints and things that can help shortcut some of the more basic functions, but maybe if they don't use it correctly, I don't use UE5, but maybe if they don't use it correctly, it can lead to poor optimization. It could just be people who are not paying attention in school, go online and get terrible answers from AI or other people. I don't know. I don't know why UE5 is so poorly optimized, but maybe Simp can share with us that. The second out-of-the-box engine, which is the one that I studied with, is Unity. And Unity is probably... I don't even know how, but I feel like when I go onto an Android store like Google Play, I feel like a huge chunk of the mobile games are developed in Unity, but I could be wrong. And Unity, from what I understand, is more beginner friendly and has stronger support for like 2D games. But I could be wrong. So Simp can correct me on this one. And then I think there's a whole bunch of famous in-house engines, right? That some big... UE5 is more beginner friendly with blueprints. Okay. So UE5 is more beginner friendly with the blueprints, but maybe the people are not using the blueprints correctly, Simp? Is that what the issue is, maybe? I'm not sure which one Kojima uses. I think there's a third one that comes to mind would probably be Godot. I think that one was like an open source one, I believe. I could be wrong, but I think maybe there was another engine that was like the Godot engine or whatever. Owlcat games are lovely. Half a year after the last DLC launches, which tends to be 2 years after the game. Oh, Wooly. Oh. Well, you got your gacha games in the meantime, Wooly. I need validation all the time. Yeah, Leo. But yeah. So there's Godot. I'm trying to think. Wasn't there a fourth one that I saw when I was like engine shopping? I feel like there was a fourth one. And then you have like the niche ones, like RPG Maker stuff. And then there's like the other one, the Smile Builder or whatever, CryoEngine. Is CryoEngine open to the public though? I definitely know that there's some famous engines like Cryoluminous, like There are like famous like in-house engines, but I don't know how many of them are available to the public. I'm not sure. Not certain. Simp, for the game that you are currently developing, which engine are you using? Are you using Unity or UE5? Unity, as UE5 will overheat my laptop. Oh. See, I ran Unity on my Steam Deck. That was insane. UE5, I could see. Maybe it's because of, like, the environments and everything, Simp? Is it that? Or is it just, like... UE5 is not as optimized, leading to, like... As a customer, it's not my place to tell devs which engine to use, only that if their game requires DLSS to reach 1080p 60 FPS, I ain't buying that slop. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah. I think as well, Wooly, like, consumers should have standards, right? This is why I talked about objectivity, right? Consumers should have standards, and they have the right to make a decision based off of what they're offered, how much that is worth it to them. And it's just a shame because for the devs, because many of them may not be able to access appropriate ways to ensure that what they're putting out is... I might buy Lies of Peace since it's 50% discount. Oh, is it? Oh, that's nice. You should try to play it with your new game card, Wooly. Your new card will be able to handle it, right? It sounds like maybe some devs struggle because what they learn in school may not be as effective as what is actually out there in the industry. And so then they struggle to optimize and clean things up, maybe. Or it could even be the structure of the company leads to poor structural management. Like in Final Fantasy XIV, people were just going off and making their own assets with like too many, like that was requiring too much from both probably the engine and the client and the server and everything. So like you could see how if some team is poorly managed, you might have people going off and doing their own thing and creating like bottlenecks and all of that kind of stuff. Which is why like from what I understand, like larger teams need like high tier structural engineers to come in and to determine the framework that everyone will kind of work within. But anyway. Okay, so let's switch gears since we are now properly late, 1 hour later. So hopefully this appeases Ben. What we have here is a video called How Marx Accidentally Led to Woke Hollywood. And this makes actually a lot of sense to me. And I'm going to outline for everyone how I would go about this. And we're going to see if Greg is on the same page as me. Okay. Now, I'm going to be relying on what I know as a student, as an ex-student, I should say, as a graduate, if you will. Someone who graduated with a degree in literature. I read Adorno. I read Horkheimer. I read Carl Benjamin. So I know in my head how this all happened. But this, let's lay it out for everyone how I would go about talking about this if I did this video. So first off, we need to talk about Karl Marx, who was attempting to discuss and or ameliorate inequalities. Now, there will be people in chat who will question whether those inequalities actually existed or how bad those inequalities were. But Karl Marx essentially was talking about the perpetuation, let's say the perpetuation of economic, let's say socioeconomic inequalities and the cyclical nature of revolution and corruption. So essentially the people who revolted would take charge. This was his idea. And they would themselves become the new tyrants. And it would be this eternal perpetuation of economic inequality. So the bourgeoisie, the masses would rise up, overtake, they'd become the bourgeoisie, and eventually they would come around and they would probably end up doing it the same way. And he also as an aside, he also talked about how this perpetuation is kind of carried out through society to a certain degree, and religion. So culture and religion play a part in normalizing hierarchies. So he believed that essentially that religion was the opiate of the masses, and that yada yada yada, all of that. Now, out of Marx came a bunch of applications. So the applications of Marxism. So this led to Marxism, the concept, let's say the philosophy and concept, and that led to applications. Now we all know what happened when Marxism was applied. When people attempted to apply Marxism to the world. We call one of these attempts at applying them communism, and then we're going to call the second attempt cultural Marxism. Opiate against his theory, most likely? Probably. So communism, we all know, didn't work out the way people wanted. I think most of us will agree that for a short period of time, there were people who were probably well-meaning people. I just want to say, I don't want to demonize all of these folks here, but there were a whole bunch of people in the West specifically who looked to the East as this potential way to re-envision how humans can interact with each other. And let's just say when people finally got behind the Iron Curtain, it became very, very, very bad. To the point where we can start talking about things like the Soviet Union's Great Purge. We can talk about the Great Leap Forward. And you can sit here, okay, and you can tell me, well, you know, they just weren't doing it right. I think that's about as skeezy as a response as like capitalists saying they're not doing capitalism right. Because sometimes things are just going to be broken. Like, in my opinion, I don't think any human system is free from error. So you're going to have error. The question is, how bad of an error is this? So between like various estimates, let's see if I can find ResearchGate.net suggests 100 million people. Black Book of Communism estimates 94 million deaths, but some people don't like to agree with that. Some people suggest Cato Institute. I don't know what Cato Institute. Not sure. I'm not sure because I'm not a historian. I'm not sure what statistics to believe here, but it looks like minimum 20 million people were killed, but maximum maybe 150 million people were killed. So let's go with a nice little round 90 million people dead. Thank you, communism. Thank you. Now, especially in China, that stuff was really shitty. And you can sit. Okay, you can be a professor in university and tell me as a white woman to feel bad about what the Spanish did in South America or what some English people did in Canada, okay, 150 years ago, who may not even be related to me by blood, since I'm a very specific mix that is neither Hispanic nor English. And you can tell me that by virtue of me being white, I am responsible for what some rando white person did in the past. By that virtue, I think today, if you hold to any sort of philosophy linked to Marxism, you should therefore be held responsible for however million people died during communism. Okay? Turnabout is fair play. So if you want to subscribe to the Marxist belief, go with God. But don't try to guilt trip me with some kind of post-colonial bullshit and then try to sweep under the rug the deaths of innocent people. Like innocent, well, I'm going to put this around scare quotes here, but innocent Vietnamese communists that were effed over by Pol Pot. Okay, I unfortunately had to do research into a certain topic related to Vietnam, and I went to Internet Archive and I read this one book that was chronicling the lives of Vietnamese communists during the Vietnamese War, and there was a section set aside to what happened when Pol Pot rolled in at one point. And there was a photo of a woman lying amongst a body of other people, dead. She was naked. Her legs were splayed. You could see a lot. And you could see that she had probably died from bleeding out from down there. Okay, so just this was barbaric. Like horrible way to die. And that woman was not a capitalist. That woman was not some white woman who's like a victim or whatever. That woman was a Vietnamese, probably communist from like North Vietnam. And she was effed over by the supposed sister regime. And so this is, you know, this is the way it is. So one of the applications of Marxism, good or ill, however you want to view it, didn't end well. And there was a group of people called the School of Frankfurt. Okay. Now the School of Frankfurt wanted to basically talk about this issue, but they were critical of Marxism-Leninism. Okay. So they didn't like how Marxism was trending. And they decided to come up with their own alternatives to human emancipation. Yes, I'm looking at Wikipedia. It's just easier. But you can find this anywhere, okay? This is pretty solid. I'm sure that if you fucked around on this page, some person from a university would come in there and go after you. So essentially, these people were kind of a second arm, if you will. So this is called the School of Frankfurt. So if Greg Owens knows what he's doing, he's going to mention the School of Frankfurt. And one of the things that the School of Frankfurt did was spread a lot of their ideas into the West, to the point where we are now reading a lot of the stuff that they came up with. So let's go through some of these people. So what do we got here? We got this bro, okay, German, right? And he was at various universities. He held a number of visiting and guest professorships at unis around the world. Okay. Walter Benjamin, I believe he had to flee his country, obviously. Like, being a German and a Jew, like, not great. Kind of would suck for you. Where did he end up in? Did he end up in Moscow? Yeah, he left Germany for Spain. Ugh, bad choice. I wouldn't have gone to Spain. Spain was kind of Paris. Portugal. Benjamin killed himself, believing that he would be repatriated to the Nazis. I mean, sad, but, you know. Yeah, so he got his stuff out and then did it. But there was a whole bunch, right? German-American, ended up in New York City. You can see there's a bunch of different people doing different things. Adorno ended up in Los Angeles, New York, Oxford. Let's just say that a chunk of them, because they were either German or like German Marxists, or because they were, for example, German Jews, they had to flee Germany during World War II. Obviously. I mean, why would you stay around? What the? Yahtzee sympathizer? He was part of the youth? Oh, yikes. But maybe he reformed. Maybe he reformed. Yeah, it's not, it looks like he turned around and went somewhere else. But basically, there was a bunch of these people who ended up in across the world. And there's a bunch of them. So, there's a female, right? There's a bunch of bros. And a lot of them were German. A lot of them were German Jews. And they basically kind of came up with their own ideas about the Marxist binary. So the School of Frankfurt led to eventual dissemination in academia. And then this led to current day cultural Marxism. Now, one of the ones that we studied was Walter Benjamin, who argued that having lost the sublime, art's new purpose would be to battle fascism as a force for communism, or his form of communism. So that was Walter Benjamin. He wrote a whole essay on it. If you want to read the essay, you can. I'll share it. But basically, Walter Benjamin proposed, among other people, like there's a whole bunch of people here. If you want me to break these, who these people are down and what they did, there's a whole bunch of people. But the most important people that a lot of professors will talk about will be Walter Benjamin, Theodore Adorno, and they will talk about those two probably the most. And then Max Horkheimer is another big one. He's another big one. Max Horkheimer is another big name that we were looking at. But you can see some here were Americans and some went to America. So if they weren't in America themselves, some of them went to America, and those of them who did not get to America, like Benjamin, they had to survive a war-torn Europe if they were alive during that time. There were writers of the Frankfurt School that were good people, and their theories weren't that invasive to Western thought, but they weren't as famous as Benjamin and the others. Yeah. And once again, I need to be very clear here, guys, okay? I have no problem reading their stuff. Like, I read Walter Benjamin's essay, and this one right here, The Work of Art in the Age of Mechanical Reproduction. I read it, and do you know what he proposed? He proposed, I mean, if he knew about AI, he'd be spinning in his grave. But basically, he suggests that mechanical reproduction devalues the aura, or the sublimity, of a work of art. And that in the age of mechanical reproduction and the absence of traditional ritualistic value, the production of art would be inherently based on the praxis of politics. Now, I hate to tell him this, but there are tons of people out there who are doing art for art's sake because they're gooners, because they want to therapize. I honestly think he got into White Tower syndrome and he threw the baby out with the bathwater. And he kind of went into a mental tailspin, not unlike the people facing AI today. He went into a mental tailspin and came out with the stupidest, I remember just being like, am I crazy? But anyhow, his oh my God, I'll have to do a breakdown one time of the work of art in the age of mechanical. We had to read this in second year. By the way, for some of you who might be thinking, oh, Chieko's jumping at shadows, it's not as bad as you think it is. No, it's bad, okay? This was being handed out to us and read without any criticism in a second year culture studies course. Air quote literature, air quote, not even literature. It was a culture studies course. I was forced to take it. I had to take it. And I was sitting there and I was like, what are we reading here? Because this bro basically decided that since we can print off pictures of the Mona Lisa, art as a whole is now just for politics. That value, the production of art, would be inherently based on the praxis of politics. Ergo, art, in his opinion, was being used by fascism to glorify war. And then as a result of that, the only way for art to become a tool for communism was to be propagandistic. It is insanity. So if you combined this thing, which is basically art is only able to have value as propaganda, okay, which is mental. This is a mental. I don't even. How could he? He clearly lacked people in his life to talk him off of this cliff. But anyway, I guess shit going down in Germany was really bad, and he was in like a terrible mental state. But holy moly, just because people are using art in propaganda by the government can't speak for like the rest of the population. It's this kind of highbrow thinking where you gotta get them out of that White Tower. And this is why low art is so crucial, because he's still valuating art on high art only, as if the low art scene doesn't matter. It's just, I was just like, what is this bro on? But anyway, so because art is only able to have value as propaganda, ergo, we need to teach people through our entertainment products. So this idea that, like, basically art has to be a tool. Like, Lord forbid people just experience something on their own terms. So this is where things, by combining, if we combine cultural Marxist values with Benjamin's proposition, what we get is basically propagandized entertainment. This is what we're going to get. And eventually, what happened is cultural Marxists made friends with a new theory on the block, with what we call intersectional politics and theory. And so when we take this cultural Marxist concept and this political theory concept, and we moosh them together, we get this wild thing where basically people with most victim cards win. That's basically what it comes down to. If you have more intersections, you should have more power because you are the true minority. Okay? So for example, if you are black and you're in a wheelchair and you're a lesbian, and let's say maybe you happen to be a trans lesbian, you would have the most cultural power technically because you are the minority, essentially. Because remember, Marxism is about getting people up, right? Like raising people up, sometimes at the cost of the people at the air quote top. And I just want to say as well that what is really crazy about the whole communism with the 90 million people dying thing, a lot of those people weren't just the people at the top. Like, nuns were raped and killed. Farmers were were killed and their farms were burned down. Like, the LA riots that are happening right now are probably harming the middle class more than they are harming the actual 1%ers who are living in gated communities and are completely separated, as it were, from the rest of society, right? So in reality, a lot of the people who get hurt are the middle tier people, not the actual upper tier. Let's be real here. So the cultural Marxism, if you don't know what cultural Marxism is it's basically shifting focus from economic disparity to cultural, sociocultural disparities. And the reason why I'm pluralizing this is because it's referring to sex, race, sexuality, so on and so forth. So instead of just focusing on people's economics, let's say poor people versus rich people, they're now focusing on queer people versus straight people, black people versus or colored people versus white people, for example. So cultural Marxism kind of expanded the purview of regular Marxism, which I found to be very fascinating, because you had professors at my university talking about the gentrification of the east end of my city, where a lot of poor people were. And part of me was like, how much of it is you actually caring, and how much of it is you just not wanting those poor people shooting up crack on your front lawn? in your nice cushy suburb, right? So part of me was very skeptical about this whole thing because it felt like there was a shift from class and economic difference to all of these other differences, which I thought was very fascinating because then you had a whole bunch of various, in Canada at least, various colored people who are rich enough to go to university, who usually came from good families. Because trust me, your white ghetto trash people aren't going to university, right? Because they're on welfare checks, you know, having babies with randos. I'm speaking about women here, obviously, but like what I'm trying to say is that there was a lot of middle class people sitting around shitting on the culture and the sensibilities of even people of color who were lower class. And I was just sitting here going, so we're going to talk about sex, race, you know, religion, sexuality, but we're not going to talk about how everyone in this room, excepting yours truly, represent a fairly wealthy background. Like I was there on like sketchy loans from you know what I mean? I was there on like government you know, air quote aid, which they then required me to pay back and everything, which I did, by the way. But yeah. Okay. So to sum it up, if Greg Owens does what I want him to do, he's going to first talk about what Marx represents. He's going to talk about what Marxism represents. He's then going to probably, hopefully, talk about the difference between the first wave of communism versus the cultural Marxism, which is different. And he might touch on the School of Frankfurt and how that eventually seeped into Hollywood. Now, Leo was pointing out that Hollywood was impacted by other traditional values at some various points. So we shouldn't just see Hollywood as a monolith, okay? Hollywood is not a monolith. There's a whole bunch of different people doing different things in Hollywood. But what we can say is that a lot of the writers for Hollywood these days, right now, have been greatly impacted, whether they like it or not, by current culture at academia in universities, which is talking about this. Now, you can come to me and tell me, well, there's this university in backwater Utah or backwater Minnesota or something that's really conservative. Yes, but the chance of those kinds of people having any impact on Hollywood at the stage and the actors and the voice, like even with the voice acting and all of the voices that we hear right now that's highlighted by the media, it feels very one-sided right now. And I want unis to be places where we can question the status quo, where we could step up and say, hey, I think Walter Benjamin was a little nutty. He was a little nutty. He lost the plot here. But there's no space to actually come out and, you know, say the emperor has no clothes on. It felt, in my opinion, from my observations and from the observations of certain friends in other humanities, and some of them aren't even Christian, by the way. These people are not even Christians, and some of them are even within the LGBTQ community. Okay, and these people have come to me and said, I think we're losing the plot. Okay, I think we're in an atmosphere of fear where we can't even ask a legitimate question anymore because there's such a dogma, you know, in the humanities. Now, of course, this could be only in the humanities, and other parts of university might be freer of this, but yeah. Yeah, now in Hollywood, even if you don't believe any of this nonsense, you have to comply with it or lose your job. Yeah, I bet, Leo, I bet there are a lot of people who think that they're actually helping by being a writer, writing these kinds of things, right? And there's probably a lot of people who are just scared of losing their jobs, so they're just writing it. So if Greg Owens goes this route, talks about Karl Marx, talks about Marxism, talks about communism, talks about cultural Marxism, talks about the School of Frankfurt, and then talks about how that seeped into academia, then he and I will have had yet another... yeah. So if you came to me and said, why are we having all of these intersectional girl boss characters and stuff? Number one reason is shitty education. And where did this shitty education come from? Lack of standards. Where did these lack of standards come from? Philosophical stances. And where did these philosophical stances come from? The modern mindset. And this modern mindset is a combo of materialism, materialist thinking, postmodern rhetoric or ideology, critical theory, and cultural Marxism, and etc., etc. The Me Too movement that Simp is talking about is up here. Simp is falling into the surface level stuff. Me Too is literally the product of this down here. Me Too is the product of women claiming their voices, which is a product of cultural Marxism. That's what cultural Marxism is about. Cultural Marxism is oh my gosh. There's a reason why the people who ran the Me Too and the Women's Parade were almost all of them highly educated women. Many of them were like Jewish or from like New York. And then they invited in the Women's March thing was a particular one. The Women's March thing was a fiasco because then they invited in some Palestinian women. And then the Palestinian... Anyway, it got bad. It got bad. Let's just say anti-Semitism got into the Women's March. So the Women's March... That was another fiasco. No one wants to talk about that one. That one was awkward. So the Women's March and the Me Too thing is all part of the cultural Marxism problem. All of it. Have a good time with your BF. Even without cultural Marxism, Me Too would have happened. Simp, I'm not interested in what could have been. South Korea also has Me Too. Okay, I think we need to pause here for a second, okay? What I'm talking about is North America, okay? I am not talking about Asia. We all know Asia has serious issues. And I know that some people want to simp for China. Some people want to simp for Japan or for Korea. Everybody knows that that particular group of nations has historically struggled longer with imbalance in the male direction. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. Okay? There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. We know for a fact that girl babies were aborted more often and dumped in the streets and thrown in the gutter because girls were not considered as important. They are trying to change that because they've run out of women and there's not enough women to go around now in China. Thank you. Thank you. That's great. whatever is happening in South Korea, whatever is happening in Japan, whatever is happening in China, I am not talking about that. Okay? I don't care if South Korea is having a Me Too movement, because we know that they are literally 50 years behind everyone else in that regard. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the Me Too movement that happened in North America, which was directly linked to academic voices and academic pushes. And we can look at South Korea or whatever's happened. I don't think much is happening in China, unfortunately. Thank you, Winnie the Pooh, but for setting China back. But when I was living in China up to 2017, there was an opening of China where there were people coming out and saying, I'm gay, I'm lesbian, I want to have a same-sex relationship. There were people that were coming out and were feeling safer to be themselves, to pursue their own life. I taught a class called feminism. Like one of my oral English classes discussed the role of women in society. And there was always a nuanced discussion about the importance of women in the home versus the importance of women in the workplace. This was an ongoing thing way back in like 2017. Actually, even earlier, because I started teaching there in 2010, 2011. So all I'm trying to say is whatever happens in South Korea, we're not talking about that. Okay? So I think, Simp, you're a little off base there. We don't need to refer to South Korea at all. South Korea is the Me Too movement of South Korea is speaking to a larger push right now for women to come out about inequality in general, which is an issue in South Korea. But that is not to be confused with what people were doing with the Me Too movement or with the Women's March. That's two completely separate things. So don't conflate them. Okay, so basically you're conflating and you're saying, well, since South Korea has Me Too, that means that our Me Too is the same thing. No. And in some ways, I would say that it's a long time coming for South Korea. I think South Korea and China and Japan, women do need to step forward and say, hey, we're important too. And of course, running out of women in China has now pushed the government to attempt to kind of curb people's ideas around having a girl. And so now there is an attempt in China to kind of show the value of having a female child. But that they're going to be fighting an upward battle, because that's, millennia of thinking that they have to revise. You know what I mean? Yeah. So China and Japan and Korea are dealing with it in their own way. That's almost nothing to do with what we got over here. Yeah. So basically, if we're looking at writers, I think writers are scared. Some writers are scared. Some writers are ignorant. And some writers are part of the problem and are maliciously doing this because they legitimately believe that this is their right. So why so bad writing? Number one, ignorant of what they are doing. So they actually don't know that what they're doing is just terrible. And then scared and just going along with the crowd. Probably high percentage of that happening. and then malicious actors who are actually taking part in knowingly taking part in propaganda on purpose. And I would say this is actually a minority, but it got to such a degree that maybe people in power encouraged it or whatever. I would like to believe, okay, that's me being idealistic. So I'll go here, idealistic Chieko. It's a minority. But maybe it's worse than we thought. And they're a majority. You can't turn demographics around with a 4-year plan. This is something that requires generations to put right, which no low fertility country has anymore. Absolutely, Wooly. Absolutely. And in the case of China, for example, which still has a massive population, right? They're going to have to show families that they will not be financially punished for having only one female child, like for having only one child and that child's a female. And remember, chat, it goes back to as well the care of seniors. Who's going to take care of the mom and the dad if the daughter has been taken into her husband's household and is caring for her husband's father and mother? Right? So China's a whole other situation. South Korea is a whole other situation from China. Japan is a whole other situation from South Korea and China both. Like, they're all on different tracks. Are they completely free of the academic jargon that has seeped into North America? I don't think they're completely oblivious. I definitely know. I knew some Chinese people who were laughing so hard at North Americans. They had a name for woke people. Oh, what did they call them? I remember it was like white something. And basically they thought that woke people were going to destroy America and give China the leg up. So it was wild. I remember chatting with someone and I was like, oh, this is Baizo. Yeah, something like that. Baizo. Yeah, that sounds about right. Like, it was wild. They were like, haha, America's so weak because they're so woke and they're stupid. And I remember just being like, oh boy, what are you guys doing over there? Come on, guys. Come on. That was before 2016, by the way. Before 2016. And yeah. So I think there are Chinese people who are watching North America and they are looking at the shitty education. They're looking at the lack of standards and they're thinking, this is our time. And then guess what happens? 10 years down the road. It's now almost 2026, right? 10 years down the road. Where are we at? How many fantastic games are coming out from China and are making bank and are going straight into the Chinese government's pockets? All because they just shit out copy-paste pasta. Because they're giving people what they want. Just saying. They're not wrong. Without Trump, China would have gone rampant, and regardless of Trump, Iran and China have established a land trade route. Sea power is fading. Yes, so here's the thing, Wooly. There were some of my friends who were worried about Trump because they saw Trump as a person who would stand up to China. And then some of them were cheering for Trump because they didn't like China. That's why I'm not sharing any names, because I don't want them to get in trouble with their government. But no, it's like, say, blaming dating apps for dating crisis, but like country without dating apps also has the same problem. that's probably bigger factors to play. That's not philosophy. Yeah, so here's the thing. I think the Me Too movement in Korea is a long time coming and is part of a greater feminist movement, which has been going on and has been a thing in the works in Asia for a little while now. So I think Me Too in South Korea is completely it looks the same, it's acting the same, and they may be taking pages out of the book of North Americans, right? And it's something I support. I actually support women coming out. I don't support women coming out years later after benefiting off of something, but I'm a bit tougher on the female sex. But there's something to be said about women coming out and ensuring justice is sought appropriately, and trying to put in place restrictions that ensure that future exploitation doesn't happen. But the stage that South Korea, Japan, and China are at means that their Me Too movements are actually more more linked to fundamental feminist issues, nothing to do with what was going on with the Women's March and the Me Too movement in North America. The rhetoric around the Me Too movement, may have stymied from some people's genuine needs, right, to share a story, but there was a lot of rhetoric around it that linked all the way back to cultural Marxism. Now, I don't think cultural Marxism and academics are the sole factor, right? I don't think that they are the sole factor for everything, but it is... What the... Oh. Temptress. Thank you. You will not guess what party just brought into the room, like the amazing sister that she is. All I'm trying to say is, I don't want to say that cultural Marxism is the sole root of everything, but to pretend that it is not a major factor within academia, and that academia isn't actively encouraging, okay? Academia is actively encouraging people to go out and to politicize their workplace. So it is a factor. Joe Louis? No. Oh man, the last few times I went into the store, Joe Louis were sold out. It was like, it's a conspiracy. So I wouldn't say that it's the sole factor, but what I will say is that, in my opinion, okay, my gut instinct from what I've seen, from what I've discerned, from what I've read at school, from what my professors told me, a lot of academics out there in these hyper biased institutions are actively encouraging people to politicize their work. And this is part of this right here. And you can come to me and say, well, this is happening in South Korea. I'm telling you, this is a major thing. And this is why I'm saying we can talk about shitty education. We can talk about lack of standards. We can talk about the Me Too movement and how that may or may not have damaged Hollywood. But my concern is that it's just flying off the handle and just reading surface issues. There's a greater issue, I think, that's underneath. And one of those greater issues, one of them, is this down here. Cultural Marxism, critical theory, postmodern ideology. And you know what's really crazy? Postmodern ideology, to me, is the least of the problems, because postmodern ideology, as far as I'm concerned, has been abandoned by a lot of the academics. So when I took my first section of my courses in 2006 to 2008, it was all about postmodern ideology. I go away for 9 years. I come back and I'm sitting in the second year class at uni, and the TA was asked a question about postmodern critical theory. And the response that the TA gave was, it's too difficult for you to fully understand and comprehend. So I'm not going to even explain it to you. It was the weirdest thing ever, because before we were having it jammed down our throat all the time. Now it's being conveniently shoved aside as being too esoteric to understand. And it was really weird, because I think postmodern ideology, like the postmodern ideas, which is to question the meta-narratives, is now inconvenient given that the ruling meta-narrative has been established. So do they really want to have postmodern ideology floating around, encouraging people to question the meta-narrative, when they have now successfully rooted out what they didn't want and installed what they do want? Now, once again, I'm not saying 100% of universities on this continent are doing this. But in terms of public education, where your average citizen is going to go, usually because of economic reasons, this is what they're going to hear. They're going to hear this. Postmodern stuff is still getting covered a little bit, but it's usually contextualized heavily, shall we say. And do you know why? Because in my opinion, I'm sorry, I think it's because they don't want us questioning the meta-narrative. And that's just the way it is. So, does chat think I have summarized my stance on the connection between Marx and Hollywood? Am I leaving anything out? Simp, am I leaving anything out? Is there any, like, unexplained section of this? Does anyone have any questions? Yeah, okay. I will always pause. I can always pause it if someone comes out with a question. But I just want to make my stance super clear. So we're going to see where Greg Owens goes with this. Let's see what he says.
Here on YouTube, the word woke gets tossed around a lot. But you know where it came from? Why it's used as an insult when just a few years ago it was something to be proud of? Why do people keep bringing Karl Marx into it? And how did woke stuff even get popular in the first place? Well, it certainly seems to be dying, and I will cover that next time, but to know where we are and where we're going, we have to look at where we came from. Come, follow Rafiki. I don't really know why I walked off. I just kind of got caught up in the moment, you know what I mean? So anyway, definitions are very important. So let's just say woke, in the negative sense, is when group identity-based representation is prioritized as a moral good, often to the detriment of quality. It assumes that lack of diversity must mean oppression, and seeks to correct that, often by tearing down majority identity groups who are seen as the oppressors. These distinctions...
Okay, this is a good start. So he's directly referencing here the broad values of cultural Marxism, which I said up here, combined with intersectional politics, means that people with the most victim cards wins. So if you're a person of color, if you're low economic, if you're a female, if you're queer, if you're disabled, all of these things can count. So for example, if I was going to play the victim card game of this particular thing, I would lean on the fact that I'm a female. I would lean on the fact that I came from a low economic situation. I could lean on the stuff that happened to me when I was a kid. All of these kinds of things you could start using as a way to say, I'm part of the aggrieved minority. I should have a voice and I should silence X, Y, and Z. So this is where I think he's starting off really well. I think this is very promising. Oh yeah, I forgot to put down neurodivergent. Oh my Lord, Wooly. That's right. I got to say that I have autism. That will automatically make me even more victimized. But basically, it's no joke That's why you put out your pronouns. That's why you're always trumpeting your race and your sexuality, because you have to signal to everybody, hello, I'm from this particular group of people, so I have more of a right to say crazy stuff than those people over there. Now, I'm going to be frank. I think all people who say crazy shit, whether they're white, black, brown, I don't care where you come from. You can come from Mars. I'm going to have beef, right? Intellectual beef with you if you come out. Leave the Christian part aside or you'll lose all your victimization points. Oh, yeah. There you go, Leo. Yeah. For sure. And this is one example, Leo, where, for example, I was in that 4th year class and they were lumping Protestants in with Catholics, which is one thing. I get that. I kind of get that. Because if you're an atheist, what do you know, right? Like, you might not know the difference between these two approaches to the Christian faith, shall we say. But I don't mind being lumped in with Catholics, whatever, it is what it is. But then to suggest that because the Catholics did something way back in the Middle Ages, yada, 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 therefore the Moravians are yada, yada. It's like, what are we doing? So it's this kind of lumping together of people and not even taking the time to dissect differences. There's even different types of Catholics, and there's like groups within Catholicism that are different. Like, people just are like, they say that they're there for the individual, but I'm here to say that I think it's bullshit, and this is just tribalism to the max, because they say that it's okay for you to be an individual and to be yourself, but ultimately it's about being in the in-group and saying what the in-group says. And I don't want to be a part of any in-group. I think being part, maybe God's in-group. I don't mind being part of God's in-group, but that's about it. Maybe 2 or 3 minutes, Miro. So not bad.
Distinctions are important because diversity itself is not woke. It's that morality and oppression bit that makes it so. It can also be sincere activism or an insincere marketing ploy, but does start with one of the most influential figures in the last 200 years, and that is...
I also like to say that he makes a good point here, that wanting diversity and equality should never be in and of itself woke. There were people before cultural Marxism who championed equal rights for all human beings. I think it goes without saying that we shouldn't be championing people getting pushed off of buildings or mountains because of certain things. People shouldn't be harassed in the streets because of certain things that they might be wearing or doing, right? We shouldn't be throwing stuff at Amish people just because they want to live a life without electronics. Like, we should let people be within reason, within law, within legal reason. If they start trying to marry their niece who's underage, that's where we need to step in as a community and say, hey, you can't do that. That's wrong and creepy. So I think that's a really good distinction for him to make.
That is Karl Marx and his famous work, Das Kapital, or just Capital now, with a C. Thanks to these back-to-back World War champs. Proud to be Now, this guy absolutely deserves to be named among the people of the 19th and 20th centuries, whether you like him or not, because his ideas shaped much of the world, and we still feel his influence to this day. Now, this book is horrifically boring and massive. However, I think that you should read it. Everyone should read this and understand where so many of the terms and ideas that we still hear come from. All right, now, some claim that capital is simply an economic idea and nothing more. That is completely false, all right? This book is a moral worldview that has been applied to economics, and thousands of authors in multiple fields have referenced this work as their inspiration. What if we applied Marx's ideas to my field? They have asked over and over for decades in every discipline, from art to architecture to academia to anthropology to other fields start with A, other letters as well. Marx views capitalist owners as oppressors and the workers, the proletariat, as the oppressed. That class-based oppressor-oppressed dynamic and power struggle is going to continue to be a central theme in all the philosophies that'll follow after Marx. This book really is dry, so I mostly listened to it, which is an experience that can be made better with the comfort of Raycon everyday products. Now, regular viewers know I love to cheat
some good old
sponsors.
capitalism.
That's where I get sponsored to talk about stuff that I already bought and use personally. This is my Raycon collection. My wife has 2 pair of the older everyday earbud models. They're like chapstick. She had to have a purse pair and a nightstand pair. Today's show and tell also includes my everyday headphones that I wear at work every day. And this is my daughter's current model of the everyday earbuds, which are identical to this pair that Raycon sent over, plus this optional outer color case. But I already knew they were fantastic. Now, here's the reason that I keep coming back to this company. It's value, plain and simple. I have not found any other brand that packs this many features into this price point. Phone calls are clear, awareness mode and noise canceling work wonderfully. They sound great, and they're super comfortable. Zoom in on this real quick. They're slim, they're lightweight, and they stay in place. They don't fall out. Raycon stuff is built to last, and the value for the price is insane. But to sweeten the deal, you can get 20% off your own pair of everyday earbuds by using the link below, QR code on screen, or going to buyraycon.com/GregOwen. Enjoy. I'm gonna read you an excerpt from
Herman, have you watched some Greg Owen? Leo, no. Oh, Herman. So Greg Owen is someone who was probably the only person else on YouTube who made a connection between certain trends in TV fantasy shows and the publishing industry. I thought I was nutty, and I might still be nutty, but it seems like Greg drew the same conclusion. So he's a pretty based guy. So what he's talking about now is linking Marx to woke Hollywood. And if he does this right, okay, he's going to explain Karl Marx, which he's doing already. He might touch on what communism actually did, which was kill tons of people and not really bring equality, unfortunately. Then he might shift to cultural Marxism. He's already talking about it. And how cultural Marxism is now linked with intersectional politics so that people with the most victim cards win, essentially. Now, how does that affect Hollywood? In short, these writers now believe that entertainment must be a vehicle for propaganda. So essentially, some of these people who are now writing for video games or for books or for TV shows and films have become inculcated either because they're ignorant and they just mean well, or they're scared and they're just going along with the crowd, or because they're actual malicious actors in perpetuating this philosophy in the name of equality and diversity and so on and so forth. And so the first thing that they do is try to pretend that equality didn't exist in the past. And then this is what leads to things like the Me Too movement and the Women's March. The Me Too movement and the Women's March happened when it did because of the natural, I think, buildup of people feeling more confident to come out and do certain things. And some of it was needed, but the Women's March, for example, it became a complete trash fire. And then there was a whole anti-Semitism thing that happened with the Women's March, which, anyway, it was a whole thing. I knew most of this stuff roughly 40 years ago. Yes, but you would be surprised, Herman, how many people are currently sweeping some of this under the rug and or pretending that it's not an issue and or pretending that these people don't exist. They just want to believe that these kinds of movements or these kinds of issues, like shitty girl bosses, as just the product of some unfortunate trends. But I think there's a bit more going on than just that. And we know that this is now an issue because even women's entertainment, like the romance industry, is being stymied on a certain level because the woman's romance industry is still following a very, shall we say, more traditional sensibility, even if it's weird and wacky. So even the weird monster pairing bullshit that we're seeing in romance stories is still following your average dynamic of male and females that have gone on for centuries and centuries, if not millennia. And so the women's romance industry is under fire, and there's a whole discussion about female gooners, and basically in some senses, do you remember the famous one with Rachel Zegler, where she talked about she was like weird. Does anyone remember that one? Does anyone remember? Did I save it? Does anyone remember when she said something like Snow White is about him stalking her, and then she said weird.
With a guy who literally stalks her. Yeah. Weird. With
Yeah.
a guy who literally...
But there was like a longer clip. Oh, man. Anyway. I bet everyone knows. So there was this clip, and I know it was definitely on Facebook, and the Facebook comments from the women were wildin'. Like wildin'. Like wilding. Do you know why? Because most normal women with their heads screwed on straight are fine with Snow White. Yeah. And guys, guess what I'm doing? I have found a whole chunk of dark romance books, and I'm going to read them. And then I will report back to you. That's yet another thing on my docket. But I have, no, not that one. That one will make you scared. Nope. Where is it? Where did I put it? Nope. I put it somewhere. I have a whole list. I made a huge list of books called Dark Fantasy. And I'm going to read a bunch of dark fantasy. But I'm not saying dark fantasy is common. In the same way, I'm not saying women having sex with monsters is common. What I am suggesting, however, is that there's a reason why there's an uptick of dark fantasy. And I think it's because women want to walk on the wild side and experience more risky behavior in their romances. They want something new. And also, I think some women are stupid and think that toxic behavior is actual strong, competent male behavior. Like it's a misunderstanding of what good men are like when they're strong and competent. But either way, Rachel Zegler speaking for women is completely inappropriate. She cannot speak for other women and what they might find to be weird. What she said silenced a whole bunch of women who do like weird shit and who do want to have kind of like a risky dub con situation where they're getting stalked. Now, I'm not saying IRL they want this any more than I think most of you guys don't want to wake up tomorrow morning and on your way to work get gunned down by somebody. Nobody, and I mean nobody, actually wants to have to live in an actual war zone. But there are tons of men who get up and who play Warzone. Nobody wants to be run down by, like GTA. Like how many men had to defend playing GTA as not being what they want IRL? Same thing with women. Women will want to enjoy something for fun on the side. It doesn't mean that they want that IRL. And men need to stop trying to cope about it and be like, well, see, they want it. See, they actually really want it. No, they are just having some entertainment fun. Don't confuse it. And Rachel Zegler coming out and then speaking for these women and acting like it's weird is shitty. And so this is why I'm saying I think right now romance women, like the women who love romances, have been under fire and will continue to be under fire by people. The Snow White thing, yeah. She called the prince a stalker. Yeah. Now, there are some versions of Snow White where the prince didn't wake her with a kiss. Let's just say that. Okay? Just saying. Some of the versions of the fairy tales are quite dark and kind of gross, right? But what I'm trying to suggest is that there is a current concerted effort on the part of some people in the name of representing other people, let's say women, then start to perpetuate unrealistic notions about what women want. And so coming in and saying, well, Snow White is outdated. And so I can be a strong, independent woman and want to vote and, drumroll, also enjoy a traditional dynamic romance once in a while. Well, actually, let's all be real, guys. I kind of think that like sexual sex scenes are kind of cringe, but I'm still reading stuff that is practically heterosexual coded. Okay? So it doesn't matter what you're reading, really. It still is that kind of dynamic. My brain refuses to let it take seat. Haunting Adeline. Yes, simp. Exactly. Haunting Adeline. There were tons of women who loved reading Haunting Adeline. I'm not going to out a certain person in my life who read it and actually enjoyed it, but there was somebody who actually kind of enjoyed it that I happen to personally know. And this person is a strong, independent woman. Okay? It is the same thing. No person in their right mind actually wants to be in a zombie apocalypse, but you want to have fun in it. Nobody actually wants to be in a Resident Evil, life, but you want to play it. And it's the same thing with women. They want to have fun. And Zegler coming out and saying it was weird to want to have a Prince Charming. Guess what? So this was posted on the Facebook, and there was like Facebook comments. I could probably find the website and visit it, but I just don't want to pull up those comments because it had, real people's names there. Plus, I'd probably dox myself and it just would get messy. But there were women on that video saying, get the fuck out of here. Leave our Snow White alone. Okay. And I'm sure that many of those women are strong, independent, modern women. They want you to leave their entertainment alone. So I think there is right now, even in the field of female romances, there is a preachiness that is seeping into everything to the point where it's destroying the writing. And that preachiness is turning everyone off, including the women, which is why no one's watching The Acolyte, even the women, because there's no hot men. The men aren't alpha enough. Nobody wants to be there for them. No one cares about them. It's cringy women doing cringy women stuff. And yeah. It's the male ego thinking that women actually want what's on those books and men not being able to give it to them, so they try to censor it. It's absolute pussy move. Yes, that could also be it. And as except for the part, Leo, where we know that a large portion of the publishing world is run by women. So it's also women like telling other women how to enjoy or how to process their desires. So it's starting to affect it. But most ghostwriting agencies who are there for the money, like my ghostwriting agency that I worked for, was very upfront. They were like, they had a PowerPoint that you had to read before you took the romance writing test. And they were very upfront. They were like, women want to be strong and independent, but they need to have flaws and weaknesses so that the man can kind of couple with them, right? So the man can provide what that woman needs. If the woman needs nothing, she doesn't need the man. And that makes the man not manly because he's not providing for that one thing. And yeah, like they bluntly laid it out. They bluntly laid it out. Snow White is for kids, not adult women. I think it's just like Star Wars, where George Lucas said it's for kids, but most of the fans are adults. You are not wrong there, simp. You're not wrong there. Snow White should be for kids. But you could still have a traditional, safe, strong male. Imagine it's for children. Okay. Imagine it's for children. And you're trying to give this to, let's say, any kind of young person between the age of 8 and 14. 8 and 14. Do you think 8 and 14 are going to be super interested in political upheavals and representing the people? Which is what Snow White basically was attempting to do. And I was fairly sheltered when I grew up. By the age of 14, I had a crush on Prince William. I put his picture underneath my pillow. He was very cute back then. So I think girls and boys are very, very open to having attractive and, G-rated romances. And totally enjoy it. Especially if the guy is badass. The boys will like it. The girls will like it. It can be a whole generation's sexual awakening. I think Good Lick could be for everyone, even if it was meant for kids. Yes, exactly. Like we can say Snow White failed, but it failed for everyone. It failed for the kids, and it failed for any of the females who might have wanted to watch it, or any of the males that might have wanted to watch it. The parents. Like, it was just a fail all around. I agree, Simp. It could be that they're bad writers, but the fact that you have this whole I'm representing my people and bullshit, we all know that politicization was put in there for a reason.
From
Just
chapter
saying.
7, where Marx is talking about how befuddled a capitalist might be if things got sold for the price that was the sum of all of its parts, and there was absolutely no profit. And he's listing off the possible counter arguments that a capitalist might have to defend himself and his profits, and shockingly, Marx is just rebutting them soundly. If I'm being a little less generous, he's straw manning. So I'm going to pick up in the middle of Marx winning this shower argument, and it's still going to be lengthy. Here's a timestamp if you want to skip. But I want you to listen for how he imagines that capitalists must think, and how he doesn't so much address the made-up arguments as he just hand-waves them all away. Marx has already shot down a lot of the made-up arguments. Now our capitalist grows defiant. Can the worker produce commodities out of nothing, merely by using his arms and legs? Did I not provide him with the materials through which, and in which alone, his labor could be embodied? And as the greater part of society consists of such impecunious creatures, have I not rendered society an incalculable service by providing my instruments of production, my cotton and my spindle, and the worker, too? For have I not provided him with the means of subsistence? Am I to be allowed nothing in return for all this service? This is exactly, I think, how a real person would speak. But Marx retorts, but has the worker not performed an equivalent service in return by changing his cotton and his spindle into yarn? In any case, here the question of service does not arise. A service is nothing other than the useful effect of a use value, be it that of a commodity or that of labor. But here we're dealing with exchange value. The capitalist paid to the worker a value of 3 shillings, and the worker gave him back an exact equivalent in the value of 3 shillings. He added to the cotton. He gave him value for value. So is Marx admitting here that labor is valued by what someone's willing to pay for it? Our friend, who has up until now displayed all the arrogance of capital, suddenly takes on the unassuming demeanor of one of his own workers and exclaims, "Have I myself not worked? Have I not performed the labor of superintendence, of overseeing the spinner? And does not this labor too create value?" The capitalist's own overseer and manager shrug their shoulders. In the meantime, with a hearty laugh, he recovers his composure. The whole litany he has just recited was simply meant to pull the wool over our eyes. He himself does not care 2 pence for it. He leaves this and all similar subterfuges and conjuring tricks to the professors of political economy who are paid for it. He himself is a practical man, and although he does not always consider what he says outside his business, within his business, he knows what he is doing. So what we can see there is that Marx is aware of the counter-arguments that might be made, like, doesn't the owner create value by the labor of his organizing the business and sourcing people and material? And instead of answering them, he just says,
"Everything that guy just says is bullshit."
He creates this comedic capitalist exaggeration with false arguments just to knock them down, or avoid them when he feels like it. His definitions of labor value and commodities just so happen to exclude the owner's work, so he can dismiss them out of hand. The capitalist is bad. See, he's wrong simply because he is a capitalist, and he sucks. Argument over. Right away, in chapter 1, Marx asserts that capitalism treats commodities as a fetish in the religious sense, and ascribes mystical value to them when he knows the value comes from labor. He treats social value or market value as merely bourgeois concepts, religious mumbo-jumbo, when the real grounded truth comes back to proletariat labor. We see his class-based moral worldview is what informs his arguments. They're not addressed, they're simply baked in, and they become obvious as you read. In a footnote toward the end of that chapter, we see a similar condescending attitude that will carry on as the ideas evolve. We, the enlightened, know the deeper truths that you simple folks don't understand. The self-complacent bourgeoisie deal with surface level, the vulgar economy. We see beneath and beyond.
Moo.
Quiet, weirdo. Aren't you supposed to be a sheep?
No. You are.
Shut up.
There's another common theme right there. We have to keep pushing and changing because the bad things are a result of the old power structure. What's alluring about everything that we're discussing today is their newness, their progress. Marx had this concept he called historical materialism, or that our material goods shaped society and ideas, not the other way around. That's why the means of production are so important. Change what's produced, and who produces it, change all of society. Now, Marx's ideas have been adopted, adapted, or attempted in nearly every field at this point, but one of the first big pushes to expand Marx beyond economic theory happened in the 1920s at the University of Frankfurt. Go Goethe. Not even close. Now, the Frankfurt School was actually a school of...
Guys, he mentioned the Frankfurt School. Oh, he's checking off the boxes. So he only lightly touched on communism as being one of the extensions of Marxist thought. We're now going into the beautiful world of the School of Frankfurt. Okay, let's see what he says about them.
Of thought originating from within the social research department of Goethe. The general idea was to adapt Marx's morals to culture, and they called it cultural Marxism. That's not a conservative conspiracy to smear Marxists or Jews, by the way. That's a slogan invented by this group of Marxists. They also came up with a theory that was critical of power structures of the past, and they called it critical theory. Honestly, these guys were to the point in naming, and you gotta respect it. You can show me some respect by exploiting that like button. Bourgeois, see what I did there? I'm back with a special mug today, and I know a lot of you have probably been thinking, yeah, Marks, but what's in the cup? You drinking coffee? You drinking tea? What is it? Well, it could be anything. It could be chocolate milk, because this right here, it's my all-purpose mug. Critical theory is a foundational idea behind modern social progressivism. It assumes that if one group is dominating a field, for example, men in executive positions, it's not because of individual differences, but because societal structures were designed to favor them, and they perpetuate it. So that's how we have to interpret history, by who was in charge. The Frankfurt School's ideas didn't catch on widely in the 20s and 30s, but they did begin to see traction in the 50s and onward, and right now, we need to pause and discuss one theory as to why this was. See, if you look into this topic, and I strongly encourage you to, you're likely to come across talks given by Jordan Peterson and Stephen Hicks, who will explain that the Frankfurt School ideas didn't stick because Marxism just wasn't that popular, and Marxists knew it, so they went underground for a while and rebranded as postmodernism. I think it's a real stretch, and it ignores the appeal that Marx has, especially among creatives. I mean, artists and playwrights who read Capital then had the language to ask, well, why does the bourgeois theater and gallery owner get to decide what is worthy to be shown, and why should they be allowed to exploit them and profit from their labor, separating their art from them, causing it to be a vulgar product only meant for consumption? Novelists, poets, philosophers, they tend to view themselves as outsiders, free thinkers, a lens for society to expose its ills, and so it should not be surprising or called a conspiracy when these types of people would gravitate to Marx's ideas, especially in post-World War America. When patriotism was at a high, the current generation was humbly calling itself the greatest generation, but under the surface, black people still couldn't vote or use the same buildings as whites, and you had things like the Hays Code that would determine what was acceptable to show on screen. In the late 50s, performance art...
This is actually a really cool side note that he's talking here, is why would people gravitate to this new burgeoning philosophy? And I think he has a point here where you have people who are suffering from aesthetic, who, you know, like Lovecraft, for example, who had a shitty life. He was racist. Let's all be real here. He had a shitty life. And you had these male writers who became famous long term, but in their lifetime, they may not have seen the full product of their fame, eventual fame. And so they were very bitter, and they made bitter statements about society. In the case of Lovecraft, I think it came out in his racism. In the case of, I think, who was making like remarks about female writers? But the reality is I think there was always like two streams of creatives. The one stream is the authentic, internally authentic creator. And then there's the externally capital authentic creators. And I think the capital authentic creators would simply just shit out, like stuff for the money. And the internally authentic creators who may have been pushing boundaries or pioneering approaches might have felt less, they might have felt the lack of care that people had toward them. They may have felt disenfranchised, and they may not have felt like society was valuing their efforts, because they were simply not making what people wanted, right? And so you have these people who make stuff that people don't want, but that they want to see. And then they ask the question, why aren't people buying it? And so these people I could see would then maybe seek for ways to make it so that they are definitively assured a fair employment for the work, whether people wanted it or not. So Whiteout survival drama over for now. Hey gang. Hey Shay. Oh, epic. Hello. We're watching Greg, who is tackling how woke Hollywood may have come from Marx. We need to be careful when we talk about this topic, because woke Hollywood, I believe, like emerged out of a variety of different things. And of course, it doesn't need to remain that way. However, I definitely saw when I was at university a link between what we call cultural Marxism and current woke Hollywood, where if you have different intersections, that is to say, let's say you're a Black lesbian or you're a disabled white woman, you are more oppressed, and therefore your voice should be radically enhanced, and you should be represented even more within mainstream media as a way to counterbalance against perceived ongoing inequalities. Now, I say perceived because some stuff is probably unequal. Like, for example, I think, certain corporations may value certain personality types or certain, like, for example, some people won't hire you if you are a pregnant woman, things like that. And some of those reasons that may determine hiring processes are genuine and legitimate concerns. For example, availability, right? But some of it could be rooted in a misunderstanding of what an individual can do or is ready and willing to do. So this is kind of like drawing a line between one source, shall we say, of why bad writing is happening. Now, bad writing is not the same as woke writing. I do need to be very clear about this, okay? Bad writing is not woke writing. We do need to be careful about this, because I'm going to change this to not bad writing, but woke writing. Because bad writing can happen on both sides of the aisle. That's my concern, okay? So here's my issue. Greg is pointing out a very real philosophical and ideological line that exists between what we now call cultural Marxism and what is going on in woke Hollywood. That's a very real line. But what I don't like, and I want to reiterate what I said earlier in the stream, is when people jump at all writing as being woke, when in fact it might not be woke, it just might be bad. So an example would be looking at Dawn Trail, for example. There are some aspects of Dawn Trail, I say some aspects of Dawn Trail, that are weaker than other aspects. And So Dawn Trail has some issues with the writing in some areas. Some areas it's pretty good, but some areas it's weaker. And because of that, I don't know. For me, I want to talk about where it could have improved in terms of the writing. But so many people, and that included Clownfish TV and Disparu and all of these like more, I say conservative, but they're not necessarily conservative. They're like center right or even center left, but not considered leftist enough to count as a lefty anymore. You know what I mean? Because I'm pretty sure Clownfish TV celebrated Pride Month one year. So like many of them are very reasonable people, but they're hopping on these like bandwagons and talking about things that they have no real knowledge of, and they're just repeating misinformation. So you get a lot of people running around saying woke Lamont when woke Lamont's problem isn't being woke. There's many things surrounding Dawn Trail's storyline that we can critically look at. But I don't like people just jumping at a narrative and saying, oh, it's woke, because I don't like it. Kind of like the liberals when Dems started having their blue tide. Yeah. Woke Lamont isn't woke. Yes, yeah, I agree, Miro. We can talk about bad writing, but we can't talk about, like, all I'm trying to say is there's woke writing. I have no doubt about that. I think there are shows out there that were destroyed because of propaganda. But not all bad writing is woke. A lot of woke writing is bad, but not all bad writing is woke. Because there are some people who have come to me as clients who specifically requested for non-woke material, and their idea of what good writing was horrendous. Absolutely horrendous. And I'm sure I've heard from some people who said that I think I heard from, was it Simp or someone else who said that one of the YouTube people made a film and it was really shitty. Maybe it was Leo. I'm not sure. But anyway, point being is you can be based AF. Critical drinker? Okay, yeah. So like you could be critical drinker and be based AF and still put out a shitty product. Not saying that it's shitty. I haven't seen it. But if it is shitty, it just goes to show you that you could be based AF and still put out a shitty product. Not just say it and use every fallacy and just exactly, Leo. Exactly. So there's a lot of people running around going woke this, woke that. And it's like, what are you talking about? Do you play the game? Did you play the game? Did you play the expansion? No? Okay, then shut the fuck up. Sit down. Let the rest of us who actually play the game and care about the game talk about it. But he put a girl boss in his film. Oh, did he? Maybe I should have to watch it. Being critical and being a skilled scriptwriter or director are not the same. That is true. That is true, Jonathan. I agree. So this is why sit down and talk to him. All this to say, I think we do need to delineate between saying bad writing and woke writing. So what he's talking about, what Greg is talking about, is woke writing specifically, not bad writing. And what he is suggesting is that one of the lines to woke Hollywood, among other things, is cultural Marxism and intersectional blah, 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 philosophy / critical theory. Veilguard, though. Yeah, okay, so Veilguard is an example of woke writing that is also bad writing. And then, for example, bad writing might be critical drinkers film. Like I said, I don't know. Might be. Might be. Might be. Maybe. So, like, for me, woke, not all. Okay, do you know an example of woke writing that I loved? Neil Gaiman's Sandman Netflix show. I thought it was beautifully written. I thought it was beautifully acted. The music was gorgeous. The set pieces were gorgeous. The CGI was gorgeous. The main actor was incredibly hot and allowed to be powerful and cool. There was like a lot of like liberal stuff that happened in there. Okay, like a lot of progressive stuff that happened in there. I loved that show to death. I thought it was fantastic. I think they gender swapped Lucifer with Gwendolyn Christie or something like that. And I thought she was phenomenal. Right? And I think there were some Sandman purists or fans, let's say fans, since once again, you know, I don't want to shit on them, who came out and said there were problems with the show. There might have been in terms of the canonical material versus what Netflix put out. Although Neil Gaiman wrote it, so, you know, what do you do if the writer is canonically breaking his... Anyway, so that's a question for the lefties to wrestle with. But essentially, separating it from the canonical material of Sandman, I liked the Sandman, Netflix Sandman. I loved it. Super woke. Still loved it. Baldur's Gate 3 is good woke writing, but maybe it isn't much. And it's surrounded by great writing. Yeah, once again, like you can have progressive elements. That doesn't make it woke. I also don't like how people are conflating progressiveness with being completely woke. I think you can be progressive without being woke. I hate Neil Gaiman. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. I blame social media more than this. Like Twitter was really left-wing for a while. I think Hollywood bases a lot of stuff on social media. Where did the social media come from, Simp? He lectures people, but he is bad. Yeah, I mean, he's a hypocrite, but he did a really good show, right? Unlike some people, I can actually separate the art from the work. Remember, you're speaking to someone who now has officially labeled herself as a formalist / new criticism literary analyst, right? I actually am absolutely fine with separating the author from his work and just judging the work. Is it progressive? Yes. But is Sandman done well? I believe so. Have you seen HBO's Watchmen? No. The only issue that I have with your statement about Twitter, Simp, is you're forgetting that Twitter is full of people. Social media is made from people. So Hollywood looks at social media. What is social media made of? Certain people who had the upper hand through biased algorithms, and what voices of those biased algorithms were raised to the forefront. I mean, morons, yeah, generally. Let's just say this. There's a reason why there was a blue sky refugee influx. YouTube is social media. You aren't wrong. all that I can say is this. To pretend that social media is some weird person alone out in another field is, I think, not entirely true. I think on Twitter, until a certain period of time, there was a very specific group of voices that were prioritized over others. And in my humble opinion, those voices were these voices. And Hollywood made the mistake of thinking that these voices spoke for a majority of people. They made a mistake that these actors like Rachel Zegler saying that the Snow White story is weird spoke for women and men who were going to sign up for their service. Now, on one hand, these companies that are making this stuff are capitalistic in nature. They're supposed to be thinking about profit. They're supposed to be thinking about, putting the shareholder first, all of that kind of stuff. But we know from just how they are handling the parks, for example, that executives and CEOs are capable of making mistakes, and that the larger the ship it is, the harder it is to turn around, and that middle management can often have undue weight within a company. And if you get enough of those issues, you can have what should have been a profit-first company making ideological choices at the cost of its own stability. Because remember that some of these people are ignorant of what they are doing. They're scared and just going along with the crowd. And then there is certain actors in certain places that are actually basically like throwing their weight around. And this caused, through social media, all of these other things. So I still think, Simp, that you're still in the shallows on this. You're still just looking at the superficial, obvious reality, which is that social media played a part in it, but social media is only a tool. There's a reason why Hollywood looked only at Twitter and didn't look at YouTube. And that was because for a long time, I would say even to this day, YouTube has been promoted as being a male-centric audience and as having, because of its relative freedom of speech, relative being a key word here, because it's relatively open, to alternative voices. And simply by that virtue, YouTube was ignored for a long time by Hollywood. And to this day, Hollywood, particularly in the forms of critics, particularly in the form of actors and voice actors coming out and shitting on YouTube React content. You even have video game developers coming out and low-key throwing shade / making very realistic statements that we got to think about the streamer / the React, social media side of social media. I just think like there's a reason why Hollywood didn't look at YouTube as a course as a way to make profit. We know that rom-coms were fairly popular. We know that there was a whole bunch of things that were fairly popular leading into the early 2000s, and it was all ignored. All of that profit was ignored in order to make a point. So I think to a certain degree, in certain large organizations, certain people got into enough control to basically misguide these massive for-profit ships to such a degree that we are now here where we are. And even faced with reality, with profit, with the loss of profits and stuff, they're still coming out with really bullshit stuff because they can't get rid of the writers, because the writers have entrenched themselves. We are full. Go away. Imagine Chieko with a small round sunglasses on a couch, Simp in front of her, also sitting down, offering Simp a black pill and a white one in each hand. Do you want to go deeper, lad? The problem is that I just don't want us to go with the easy answer. It's like the Sunday school question, right? Well, it's God, it's Jesus, it's social media. Yeah, but who is guiding that social media? And why did they go with the Twitter social media and not the YouTube social media? And why did they take forever to like start making rom-coms? Why did they cede ground to K-dramas? Right? If they were actually profit only and highly capitalistic, they wouldn't have made this error. There must be some people somewhere misguiding people. Me Too had no... How is Me Too linked to women liking K-dramas? And the Western equivalent of K-dramas not happening. Romance is problematic, linked heavily in Me Too. Google Me Too movement dates. 2000. Let's see. The earliest year was 2006. But the hashtag became particularly powerful in 2017. Okay. So 2017 was the viral. Okay. 2017. Wait 1 second. Good night. Sorry, everyone. Sorry, guys. Trying to, sorry if I'm chewing in your guys' ears. So 2017, Alyssa Milano. Interestingly enough, I believe Alyssa Milano was I think was she the one who ended up feeling a little bit, trying to find out. Maybe it's her. I think she was on Project Runway for a little bit. But anyway. So that was 2017. Sorry about that, Epic. What kind of keyboard am I using? I am using a Keytron keyboard. It's like a one of those things. Disney removed romance in Mulan due to Me Too. They removed competent writing for free. After the Harvey Weinstein thing in 2016. Yes. Okay. So Harvey Weinstein happened in 2016. Me Too hit it big in 2017 as actresses came out and said, hey, I was forced into this or that. Which, by the way, I never... I don't want to encourage young women to avoid getting help as soon as they can instead of waiting years later. Gamergate also changed gaming for the worse. Romance novels are sort of anti-Me Too. I sort of judge women for reading it a bit. It's like these guys are abusive and sort of creepy. She was in Charmed, Phoebe. Okay. Yeah, I think I remember her in Project Runway. Okay. Anyway, long story short. I think I think there was more going on to me with the Me Too movement than just an actress speaking out and sharing her story. Let's just say that. It was way more than Harvey Weinstein. I think there was a concerted cultural push, and romance may or may not have taken a hit because of it. But to suggest that the Me Too movement simply happened just because of Harvey Weinstein is yeah, no. And I would say that sure, a whole bunch of women come out and say, oh, you know, I was Me Too'd or whatever. People have had negative sexual experiences, have endured trauma, have had to do unfortunate things in order to get further in life. It's not like it didn't exist in the 90s. So to me, I feel like if Hollywood was responding to romance as being not worth it in the wake of Me Too, that means that they are on a level of retardation that even I cannot comprehend. I thought the romance got dropped more because it made it seem like women needed men, which was supposed to be more of a fish and bicycle relationship. BLM, I could see resulting in race swapping. But once again, you're imagining that BLM came out of nowhere, simp. BLM did not come out of nowhere. Any more than the Me Too movement came out of nowhere. If you think that the Me Too movement was not, let's just say, wasn't. Let me just put this up here. If you don't think that she is not part of the cultural Marxism crowd, you got another thing coming. I personally, I do not believe that the Me Too movement happened in a complete vacuum. My argument would be that behind the Me Too movement, there's other stuff going on. A lot of LGBT romance started coming out, though. There's an exchange, I guess. See, for me, the LGBT stuff is just a case in point, right? If you read the stuff, that was not written by men, most of it, and it's not written for gay men. Now, I'm not saying that gay men can't read it and enjoy it, but let's not kid ourselves here. Like, let's not kid ourselves here. It's a whole bunch of fujoshis. I love them. Bless them. Keep writing. I need my, you know, light reading. But let's not kid ourselves here. All right? I had a literal progressive left person who is part of the LGBTQ plus community who writes as one of those writers. And this person told me, okay, that the pairing is a way for women to safely enjoy traditional dynamics without feeling their rights are being threatened. They are literally riding the bodies of gay men to enjoy traditional dynamics. Cue a billion wicked thoughts. Exactly. And Tarana Burke, whatever happened to her as a Black person, as a woman, I don't want to negate anything that she may or not have personally, whatever, but she is an activist. And there's no way that you're telling me that she went to ASU and didn't come out of here with some cultural Marxist bullshit. Me Too movement, BLM movement, all of those movements didn't just come out of nowhere. They were percolated. They were percolated over time. Now, the success of them points to perhaps what we could call real concerns, right? Because obviously there was a long-standing issue in Hollywood that was actually exploiting people. And maybe, I can't speak for Black people, but there may be Black people in America who feel like there are kind of holdovers from the historical past that could still be affecting them today. I can't talk about that. That's not my field of expertise. But there is no way that you're going to tell me that BLM and the Me Too movement came out of nowhere. And it's not just Harvey Weinstein. It's not just, you know, whatever. She just started the hashtag. Have you been summoned? Yeah. I can't speak to the Black community or what they're experiencing. And I'm not saying that everyone in BLM was part of it. But what I'm saying is a large portion of the BLM, in terms of the rhetoric surrounding it, was leveraged by a certain group of people. And some of them is, you know, led to it. Weinstein was 99% of it. I don't know how to say this, Simp, but Weinstein was the touchstone or the springboard, and a legitimate one to go after from the sounds of it, possibly. Although I think there's some people out there who are now like putting question marks about it. I have no idea, but Weinstein, BLM was 2013. No, BLM was after. Oh, was it 2013? When did it start and end? Started in 2013. Oh, it continued on. It continued on. So the start date was 2013. Oh, okay. So the movement was started in 2013, but when did it really hit the height? 2013, 2014, 2015. Wow, was it that long ago? Okay, so you have Me Too in 2006, then 2013 BLM, 2017 Me Too. I feel like for some reason BLM felt newer to me. Is that weird? Maybe there was like, when were the riots? When were the riots? Probably looking for about the rioting on Wikipedia won't say anything. When were the riots? Okay, 2020 to 2021. Okay, so I wasn't imagining it. Okay. So the riots, the actual protests that were rioting across the states was 2020 to 2021. Okay. I guess in 2016, powerful people took these movements and made them into the crazy things we see now. The reason why things, once again, Weinstein is a reality. Certain things that led up to BLM were realities. Okay? But those legitimate movements were co-opted and used by specific interest groups. And those interest groups are also here. The same interest groups that co-opted, let's say, feminism and co-opted the BLM stuff are also behind this. Riots were 2020, so we're wearing their COVID masks. Okay, yeah. I thought there was something. January 6th, that's true. That's true. I guess in 2016, powerful. Yes. So here's the. once again, I don't want to say that Me Too wasn't caused by Harvey Weinstein. That would be crazy to say that. What I'm trying to suggest is that it was pushed to the forefront, and certain activities and events and ideas around these legitimate, arguably legitimate movements was co-opted by this academic groups who saw it as the cultural Marxist answer to ongoing oppression. I don't know, like, am I not making sense? So we could say Weinstein prompted let's say the return of Me Too, since it was first done in 2009 or whatever. And then we could say Floyd prompted the return of BLM. Okay. Both groups were supported by and encouraged by specific academic related interest groups who justified certain behavior within these events via cultural Marxist philosophy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Remember that cultural Marxism is an umbrella that has now co-opted feminism. Don't conflate first and second wave feminism as being part of this. Third wave and fourth wave feminism is part of the cultural Marxist umbrella. That's why we're currently seeing a fight now between what we call TERFs and what we call like current feminists. Why do TERFs exist, and why do current day feminists not like the TERFs? It's because the rad femmes, our traditional rad femmes, are not wanting to be part of the cultural Marxist ideology. You cannot conflate the groups of feminists anymore. Feminism has split. It is not a monolith. Marxism has literally cut through now the gay community and the feminist community. And so now I have to come out and say, oh, I'm a first wave, second wave feminist. Why do I have to say that? Because I don't want to say that you are a woman if you happen to still have your eggplant, your sausage, but you want to be called a woman. Do you see what I'm saying here? Like, you can't conflate all of feminism and be like, oh, it's separate from Marxism. Feminism itself has been divided by cultural Marxism, because the cultural Marxist came in and told the women there are these other people who are more special than you because they used to be men and they want to be called women. And because they're trans, their rights matter more than you. You guys are cis, het, etc., 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 or cis, not het, cis, homo, or whatever. Why do you think that there is why do you think J.K. Rowling is doing what she's doing? Now, I think sometimes the way J.K. Rowling talks about it is a little whack. But feminism is not a monolith. You have to understand that cultural Marxism split feminism in the same way that we now have gay people coming out and saying, I don't want to transition kids, or I don't want to do this, or I don't want to do that, right? There's a split now. Who split those two groups? Who split the feminists? Who split the gay people? It's the cultural Marxists, or the intersectional theory people. I'm not sure why you don't want to see it, Simp, but it's there. And these people were heavily encouraging, because remember, I came back in 2017 and I was actually in school. Let's see, I wasn't able to afford to go uni until I think it was late 2019, I think. So it was going into a lot of the BLM, Me Too stuff. There was a lot of talk leading up to this where the professors were literally encouraging us to go out and do activist stuff in our community. And in the city that I lived, there was a kind of like a communist anarchist kind of group who went out and they trashed a whole bunch of middle class privately owned shops as a way to, you know, thumb the nose at the big man. It was a mess. Simp is right that all of this goes back way back before Frankfurt School. What would he tie it back to? Good night, Simp. Oh, wait, Simp, before you go away, Karn says that you are saying this goes back before the Frankfurt School. What would be before the Frankfurt School that you would say it? Maybe I should add him in the Discord. But anyway. Okay. Let's keep going, and hopefully Sim will answer before he leaves.
Art arose, often called happenings. If the gallery and theater owners weren't going to show their art, they were going to start an art revolution in the streets. Publisher won't print your poetry? Shout it out loud on a street corner or in a coffee house in Greenwich Village, you cool cat. That oppressive theater owner doesn't get what makes a good play, so just perform yours in the park and involuntarily involve passersby while claiming it's part of the act and the stranger's reactions are what make it fresh.
Reveal the pain of underground film.
The kiss of outlaw cinema!
These were the precursors to the cultural movements of the 60s and 70s and what we now collectively refer to as postmodernism, which wanted to question and break down the supposed order and ideal that modernism sought. Postmodern thinkers popularized critiques of language because it shapes how people think. This was already an idea inspired from Marx, but French intellectuals in the 70s took it further by questioning whether language could ever adequately capture truth, or if truth was even real, or simply a product of what the current or past power structure told us was normal and true. Jacques Derrida gave the idea of deconstruction, or breaking down the meaning of words and phrases in an attempt to show that no true meaning can be known. Now, we can never know what is truth, and there is no such thing as truth, are not exactly the same concepts, but in practice, they become identical. Michel Foucault wrote extensively about power relations and how power is exercised to oppress the less powerful. So the combined conclusion is that truth is relative, merely a construct of the powerful to justify their power. This is where postmodernism actually began to critique Marx, because they were questioning all meta-narratives. It did remain, however, that basically every postmodern thinker or creator was a member of the Communist Party in their respective country. See, there is no truth, but capitalism still totes bad. So while we're in the timeline neighborhood, I want to take a quick detour to the American civil rights in the 60s and then attempts at desegregation and integration after. During and after the civil rights movement, it was popular among American blacks to encourage each other to stay woke to racism. That term had been around for some time, but was especially popular in the 60s, 70s, and 80s as a reminder that the law might have changed, but racism wasn't going to die overnight, so don't let your guard.
So, do you remember how I said postmodernism was a Trojan horse? They used postmodernism to question the current ruling ideas And then when postmodernism didn't benefit them anymore, they swept it under the rug. And I saw that happen. It's the Enlightenment, liberalism, socialism, Marxism. Yes, I do agree. I mean, how can I say this, Karn? I 100% believe that if we go back before Karl Marx, if we go back here, I just wrote a course on Frankenstein. So if we go back here, we have the Enlightenment behind Karl Marx, right? So we have the Enlightenment, and then we have Karl Marx. Now, of course, with the Enlightenment, we have liberté, égalité, fraternité. Like, the reason why I didn't go before Karl Marx, Karn, is because I assumed everybody would. Oh my lord, maybe I should have stated that. Oh shit. Okay, so clearly, obviously, Marx himself didn't come out of some weird vacuum and just have this thing that he woke up with, over breakfast. Let's remember that Karl Marx. What are his, once again, I don't like the fact that I'm searching Wikipedia, but here we are. Karl Marx was born in 1818. I believe that is the year Frankenstein was published in. So Karl Marx was born the year that Frankenstein was published, and Mary Shelley herself was the product of two very revolutionary people. So let's click on it, right? Mary Wollstonecraft, English writer, philosopher, and advocacy of women's rights, and I believe her father was also like very pro equality and kind of like yeah, anarchist. Her dad was an anarchist. I do believe in self-promotion, going on the street to perform. I hope that isn't being called Marxism. I should hope not. Epic. The point that Greg was trying to make is that it made perfect sense that more artists would be open to this ruling thought. But one missing link I think he might not be aware of is, let's see if I can find it. Oh. I forget the name for them. I forget what they were called. Wait 1 second. Oh, there was a name for them. I'll have to go. I'd have to go in and read some of Dorothea Elsayer's again. Fabian's, maybe. But basically, there were movements in the UK in the early 1900s where you would have these underground societies of artists and writers. And there is a really great book called Clouds of Witness by Dorothy L. Sayers, who wrote mystery novels. And in this mystery novel, Lord Peter Wimsey goes to one of those kind of meeting houses. And socialist. So they were like early proto-socialists. And it's very, how she talks about it is when he's in this club, they are already deconstructing language, just like Foucault tried to do. So, yeah. Good night, Miro. So, once again, I think, like, you had people concerned about very legitimate issues, but then they were co-opted by certain political and ideological group interests. And of course, like Karn pointed out, this goes back to the Enlightenment, right? Karl Marx was active in the mid-1800s, and these early socialist clubs were in the early 1900s. Like, you could see a literal lineage. And what a lot of people don't know is that this questioning of language had started happening a long time ago. That's why when people come to me and say, oh, things were better in the 90s, they were better in the 90s insofar as standards still had some kind of weight. But things went really downhill when even the concept of standard, which is, of course, where postmodernism came into, kind of went out the window. So, yeah. All right, let's keep going. Civil rights and the word woke, but obviously now it's being completely co-opted on both sides in a kind of negative way, which is really sad, because clearly this word of being like awakened or woke in this instance was really crucial for a whole group of people who are, underrepresented and poorly treated. So it's, yeah, that's language for you, I guess, but it sucks.
Down. Stay woke. We'll come back to that word later, obviously, but its origin is with American black people and refers directly to racism. Keep that in mind. Back to postmodernism. Since it had the veneer of being intellectual, gained popularity in universities, and it still has it today. Many students in film, philosophy, writing, and other creative fields began to emerge from university ready to fill this new appetite for the novelty of postmodern thought with its subversions and its deconstructions. Hollywood is a business and gave the people what they wanted. So Tinseltown and New York began to take on a majority population who agreed with these new postmodern ideas. So with the very concept of truth having been wounded, leading to relativism for both truth and morality, something had to fill the vacuum. People want that. And that something was my truth. See, if we can't rely on a universal standard, well, we can at least rely on our own experiences to inform us about the world. In 1989, Kimberly Crenshaw introduced the idea of intersectionality, collecting a lot of my truths into group identity, and redefined oppression in a new, compounding way. Crenshaw and others in the 80s adapted critical race theory to explain race-based relations, calling it critical race theory. Again, on point with the names. Now, in the 90s, this might be nostalgia talking, okay? But the 90s and early 2000s were probably the high watermark for representation that was still authentic and subversion that was artistic and interesting instead of a lazy, pretentious shortcut. The 90s saw alternative story methods like Pulp Fiction, Reservoir Dogs, Total Recall, and Memento and Snatch, which were in 2000, but I'm still going to count them. There were also excellent stories with critical themes like Falling Down, Natural Born Killers, American Beauty, Starship Troopers, Fight Club, I mean, you probably noticed a good number of these were critiquing the American dream, corporatism, consumerism, glorification of violence, similar liberal themes to what we see today. But instead of the movie slapping you in the face and screaming, "Hey, bad thing is bad," they were entertaining stories first, with underlying themes that asked questions and lingered with you even after the action and excitement left. The 90s also saw an increased focus on getting more diverse cast, diverse perspectives, having gay characters, non-traditional lifestyles, playing with genre norms. And it worked. Primetime on something like the Fox network was serving a mix of Living Single and Martin, and then Party of Five and Beverly Hills 90210. Later in the decade, you could tune into NBC and get the traditional couple in Mad About You, followed immediately by Will and Grace. Before school, I was watching Power Rangers and then Gullah Gullah Island, and then after school, we'd catch some pop-up video, which is just awesome. It doesn't really work with this topic. But then Full House, then Family Matters. Maybe it was just because we were kids, all right? But we didn't care about race stuff. And when we did, it was to laugh at mix-ups and misunderstandings. I was writing this script and my wife told me about a time that she had a sleepover at a friend's house, and the next day her mom was wondering why her hair was so dirty because the friend's mom did give them both a shower, but put shower caps on everybody because it wasn't hair day. That's the kind of stuff we would laugh at. The 90s were great for pushing the boundaries of culture and experimenting with new techniques in media, but without delving too far into all-out degeneracy on screen, or insulting the audience with a blunt, bitter message, or being different merely for the sake of it. This was before representation became both weaponized and performative. Here's why the 90s worked so well. Diversity was pitched as a creative opportunity, not a moral requirement. And no one made it weird, right? You didn't tell people you watched Fresh Prince of Bel-Air because it made you feel like a good person. It was just a fun show. Now, it's likely that the writers and directors then were just as proud of themselves for black or gay characters on prime time, but the curtain of mystery that still surrounded entertainment shielded us from their smug, self-congratulatory interviews. Like, we never saw,
"I do not need a 40-year-old white dude to tell me what didn't work for him about A Wrinkle in Time. It wasn't made for him."
Sadly, corporate types realized they could market virtue, and around the late aughts, Hollywood was advertising by talking about social justice and being woke. Now that word comes back up. See, it's catchy, single syllable, holds so much meaning in just 4 letters. So Hollywood co-opted it, but was using it to mean not just racial injustice, but general injustice, all of social injustice, all of the underrepresented, anything that could be called minority. A lack of preferred group in numbers that we'd like to see is evidence that they must be oppressed. So by representing them more, we're fighting for justice. Slacktivism at its finest. The production value began to drop, however. Around 2010 is when streaming really began to take off. And what better way to show that you're serious about representation than to hire minorities just because they are minorities? With more shows and movies being made for streaming, there was plenty of work to go around, and unfortunately, many of these diversity hires, which is exactly what they were bad at their jobs. But it's more than simply low-skilled virtue hires to fill the quantity over quality streaming library model. See, the morality of wokeness often prevents good writing. Remember, what separates woke from normal diversity is that oppressor-oppressed worldview. For example, recently the new Captain America movie came out, and it was bad for several reasons, but it caused many people to revisit the Falcon and Winter Soldier show and how terribly Sam Wilson was written there, with no virtuous qualities, no solid motivation, giving vague speeches about doing better and siding with actual terrorists. The audience was never shown a man with superior moral fiber like Steve Rogers, and the disconnect is that the writers believed he was already morally superior because his very existence as a black man filling a role formerly held by a white man, well, that's the height of virtue. Simply by being on screen, this character is fighting injustice in the director's mind. They didn't bother to show him saving the cat because his presence was already defeating systemic anti-cat generational oppression. Often these writers will also carry some of that Marxian critical theory anger at what they perceive to be the historical bad guys, white men. So in addition to poor quality, there was usually a fair amount of anti-white misandry. And when folks toss around the term grifter, and they play clips of critics talking about gender swaps, race swaps, they always seem to forget to mention that it's a response to an industry that has been extremely open about doing this on purpose, both as justice for the oppressed and righteous retribution for the oppressors. It's always seems to get left out in those for some weird reason.
Okay, so I just want to pause here for 1 second. So we were talking about the historical connections between the Enlightenment, Karl Marx, cultural Marxism, postmodern theory, critical race theory, and intersectional politics, yada, yada, yada. And one thing that we have to note, which Karn noted, is that it's been here a long time. And one thing I don't like is this kind of rhetoric that sometimes emerges, which is, how did it get here? Why are we here? I mean, that's a good question to ask. But I guess my issue is that some people, sometimes the way they talk about it makes it sound like it just appeared. My contention with what I was talking about earlier is that it's been around for a long time. And there were people, fringe groups, some of them crazy, but there were fringe groups who were saying, I don't like the direction this is going. I think this is going in a bad direction. And I remember in about 2006-ish, listening to my professor talking about postmodern critical theory. And she's talking about how truth is relative, okay? She's telling me truth is relative, everything is subjective, and yet she's teaching the class with a textbook that she wrote herself. Ugh. And I'm sorry, maybe it's because of my personal lived experiences. But crime is crime. And when you experience let's say crime-related trauma, okay, it would be horrific to hear from your, let's say, the person who perpetrated that crime to rebrand it as their truth and just say, well, they asked for it, they wanted it, it didn't really hurt that person. Maybe it's because of my personal background, but for me, how can I say this without sounding too melodramatic? What happened to me as a young girl, there's going to be no justice for that. And I'm going to be carrying that within my psychology for a long time. And it's just, sorry guys, something got very heavy, but it would be, I can only imagine. And what happened to me wasn't all that like it obviously it impacted me, but it didn't, like, it wasn't like as bad as some people. But you can imagine that if you're an actual victim of a crime, like let's say SA, this idea that you can apply postmodern theory to the world and kind of hand wave away reality and make it your truth, and how it has opened up a pathway for certain predators to rebrand themselves like it that's hard for me. And I never want to see this hyper relativity applied so broadly in society. I am fine with it in the lab. I'm fine with us talking about it in class. I'm very open to asking questions like, why do we do things this way? Why do we value women in this role only? I'm fine with asking these cultural questions within a certain framework. But the slapdash application of relativity to everything to such a degree that it is now opening the door to actual abusers getting out and about is mind-boggling to me. It was already bad enough to watch my field of study slip off a slippery slope into some kind of weird political rhetoric. That was bad enough. But then you come out and start trying to hand wave away certain preferences as being just another preference. Like that's a no for me. Like that's a no. And so then I just think like postmodern theory for me is not the big issue. And I think it is no mistake that postmodern theory is now being shuffled off to the side and kind of like muffled in a shroud of, well, you don't understand it, because I think academia has, for the most part, gotten to where a chunk of people wanted to get to. And using postmodern critical theory now on them, that they don't want that, obviously. That would undo everything. But he is also talking here about the 90s. And I will agree, the 90s had better writing. Early 2000, better writing, right? But there were large groups of people who saw what was going on an ideological basis. And they were, for lack of a better term, kind of laughed out. And I think it's just, I think a lot of people have rose-tinted glasses about the 90s. Because the ideas and stuff that some people disagreed with are still here. But I will agree that the writing was better because there wasn't that moral imperative. And he's talking about the moral imperative. And so then the question now has to be asked, why is the moral imperative so massive? Right? Why is it's almost like the satanic panic of the 80s when you had a whole bunch of Christians running around making like statements about D&D that or anime like talking out of their asses for the most part. So it's almost like that. It's like a moral panic. And it's affecting the writing. So we have to ask ourselves who caused the moral panic? The moral panic didn't come from social media. Social media is simply the symptom or the tool through which we can watch the moral panic. It can't be these events, BLM or Me Too. Those are simply touchstone events became almost like a flame for the moral panic. So we need to ask, where did this moral panic come from? And that's why I keep going back to cultural Marxism and intersectional theory and all of these other theories, because even though the Me Too movement was valid in many aspects, or the BLM movement was valid in many aspects, there was a lot of moral panic that has emerged from it and around these things and spread beyond, to such a degree that it appears to have affected how the writing is handled, to the point where they're literally preaching at you through the screen. Okay, I'm going to check stuff here. Starship Troopers was slapping you in the face with a message. It's just that most people thought that was quirky enough to work. Yeah, not only do I love Starship Troopers, but my mom would record the anime series whenever it played while I was at school. Now I own the DVD box set. Wow. True fan. RoboCop was another slap in the face that people thought worked. They just ignored the message. Is he saying the 90s weren't racist? No. No. I'm not sure how you read that from what he just said, but no. Every show during that time had a dedicated anti-racism episode. the same thing modern audiences would call woke. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. I'm saying progressivism has been here a long time. We can literally trace it back to the Enlightenment. And some of that progressivism is very good and helpful. But some of that progressivism has become unhelpful. Okay? I'm a woman. I am enjoying, for lack of a better term, the fallout of positive progressivism for women. Right? We can't conflate all progression is bad. I'm not that kind of person who would say that. Absolutely not. But what is being suggested here is that we can trace from a certain time period. In his case, Greg is going back to Karl Marx because that's the obvious landing point. But if you went further back to the Enlightenment period, you could see the start there. And as it progressed over time, very helpful things happened. Like women got the right to vote. Black people, were given equal rights as they ought to be. People who didn't own land could vote. Very important human rights, I think, were handed out over time. Thank goodness. We can all celebrate that. But it's now gotten to a point where the oppression paradigm has become so wide as to allow a skewing of what these fights are for. And it has now also affected writing. That's what he's arguing, right? At no point in time is Greg hand-waving away racism or anything like that, right? He's suggesting that the 90s had strong writing while being progressive. More progressive. Were the 90s as progressive as now? No. But were they definitely more progressive than the 80s? Absolutely. Lethal Weapon 2 and Scrooged both contained blatant anti-apartheid messaging for an audience that really didn't know what apartheid was. My work here is done, but you haven't done anything. Those Dare ads were crazy. So, social media, the way it is now, did not exist back then. So you saw one PSA episode, but you didn't see a PSA episode, movie, commercial media platforms all in one day. Good point, Epic. Oh, that happened to me too? Wait, Epic, what happened? Did you have a prof who was teaching from a book? I had a sociology teacher who taught us with his own book. Oh my Lord. Yeah. But was your sociology teacher also telling you that truth is relative and that you can question the author, etc., etc.? Important point you mentioned that the left will use postmodern analysis to claim truth and values are relative, but then make moral claims and attack anyone who doesn't agree. That's the point. That's the point, Karn, right? Postmodern theory suggests that there is a meta-narrative and that this meta-narrative, by virtue of being a meta-narrative, is oppressive. Okay? That's the main point of postmodern critical theory, is that the oppressive meta-narrative silences other narratives, other realities, other truths. And this is the problem. This is the problem, okay? So it's very helpful. Let's say you have a certain Austrian painter in charge, right? It's very helpful to question the meta-narrative and say, are Jews that bad? Right? Do we need to go to war? What's this camp thing about? Right? Very helpful. Very, very helpful. Many of us wish those questions had been asked sooner, right? But here's a problem, okay? Not everyone is going to be an Austrian painter with a very crazy fan club. You're going to have, let's say a Russian dictator who isn't, who turns a blind eye to burning down farms and graping nuns, right? It's very useful to question the status quo until you are the status quo. And then suddenly it's not okay to question the status quo. In some ways, on a theoretical intellectual level, you could say that just as Marx predicted that once the proletariat gets in control, they become the new bourgeoisie. These people, once they got into intellectual control of the university domain, became themselves closed off and gatekeeping and unable and unwilling to have any actual dialogue. So I absolutely think that postmodern analysis is gently getting shuffled off to the side because it's that awkward cousin who's going to undercut the work that you've done. Yeah. So it's very cherry picky. That's what I will say. So it's like all meta narratives are oppressive except for our meta narrative. And we'll go and we'll find your Tesla car, and even if we don't know what your ethnic background is, but we're going to go and scratch on it, a certain symbol because we don't like you. Oh, are you are you one of the targeted ethnic groups of that special symbol? Oops. I just saw a Tesla car. Yeah. It's crazy. I will say this. He responded to everything as, so you think I'm wrong. Look, he was old and emotional. Several times, if we argued with him, he'd end class. Oh my Lord. Well, so much for open dialogue in universities. But I mean, fragile egos exist everywhere. Let's be real. All sides of the aisle, there are fragile egos. Postmodern took so much from Nietzsche. Yes. This attack on rational morality and meta-narrative was originally right-wing, and they hate that fact. Well, the whole thing about Nietzsche is Nietzsche did make a really true statement, right? Nietzsche basically, the whole God is dead paragraph is usually misquoted. He wasn't celebrating the death of God. Nietzsche was pointing out that if God as a concept or as a reality doesn't exist, morality is arbitrary. And if morality is arbitrary, it is therefore functionally relative. And so the PDFs of yesterday can be the maps of today. And that what was considered, let's say, incest yesterday is just another kind of love today. And that's how bad it can get. Now, a lot of people will say, well, that's doomer. That's black pill. That's a slippery slope. Apparently not. Apparently not. Yeah. Apparently not. Some of the people some of the people who were sitting, you know, on the fringes of society going, I don't know what's going to happen going down that road. I mean, they're turning out to be correct. I'm not talking about Wooly's fringe, though. Morality is subjective. But, yeah. It's very easy for people to say subjective this, subjective that, until you start talking about like certain crimes. And then I think everything kind of comes back into focus and you're like, wait a minute, what are we doing here? But yeah. So far he's morality, history, all of it is determined by the winners. So do you think the Yahtzees in Germany were morally correct since the winners determined that they were incorrect? Epic sidestepping it like a bro. Yeah, I think it's very easy for someone to type morality and history, all of it is determined by the winners, until you actually have to think about the Austrian fan club or the Stalinist mass genocide or the Great Leap Forward. Yeah, well, surprise, surprise. Wooly was banned. Oh, no, I can see them. I'm just not reading them, Leo. I know my personal morality is not the world's morality. You didn't do any, well, let's just say that YouTube has not silenced you, Wooly. You're fine. You're fine. I just, are people not paying attention to what I'm saying? I said I wasn't going to read Wooly's comments. Oh my gosh. They disappeared? Oh my lord. It's okay, Wooly. I do see you. Oh, by the way, I will say this, Wooly. On one of your videos, on one of my videos, your comment didn't show up on my YouTube page, but it showed up in my content, but it wasn't censored. It was weird. Susan's got it out for you. Personal morality is not the world's morality. I don't know what you mean by that, Epic, but all I can say this is I think there's some basic fundamentals. Some people call it the 10 Commandments. Some people call it the 5 Commandments. Some people have 7. Some people have 10. Some people have 15. But there's some basic ones. There's some basic ones. My views are directly oppositional. No, it's not just that. Although that second line is hair-raising. I just don't want to go down that road. But yes, in many ways, I disagree with Wooly on a couple things. But on the other hand, it's a tough one. All I know is that various things in history shouldn't have happened. But talking about some things, it's very easy to misinterpretation. Yeah, no. No time for a third tangent. Yeah, something like that, kind of. Let's just say that a lot of what you're talking about, Wooly, requires much more deep-seated analysis and also maybe a political head and also a more historical head. I don't have a lot of interest in modern history, I'm going to be honest. Part of it is because I see a lot of it as not being something that I can fix. And I also struggle to sometimes even talk about what I do care about, which is writing and why writing is shitty. Because at the end of the day, as much as I liked Greg Owen's video, part of me is like, I can't fix it. Is it ontologically relative and does it matter? Yeah. I think for me, even Epic's question about morality is also yet another tangent. But long and short of it is, I think there are some basic wrongs and rights that most people know and understand. And anyone saying otherwise is lying to themselves. And I think for me anyway, a lot of people like to sit around and say truth is relative, things are objective, yada, yada, yada. But when a crime happens, when something is stolen from them, when they're scammed of their money, or when or like some kind of a war happens or something, people suddenly very, very, very clearly know when things have crossed the line. And I don't think it's because the morality itself is subjective. I think it's because people choose what is important given what is necessary for them at that time. So it's not stealing, it's appropriating, let's say in a riot, right? It's not stealing, it's appropriating. But it is stealing if someone appropriates my stuff during another riot, if that makes sense. So people will justify their actions all the time, and that gives the appearance of changeable morality. But in my opinion, we all know when someone has stolen someone, or when someone has defrauded someone, or when someone has non-consensually forced someone to have sexual congress with them without their consent. We all know what that looks like. And so you can sit around and call it surprise mechanics, but we all know what a loot box is. That's what I'm suggesting. So we have lots of humans trying to rename shit to get around it. But yeah. I zone out halfway through ancient Rome. I feel you. I feel you. Much of what's going on now is to be metaphorical, the pus oozing from a sore, not the reason a sore is present. Yeah. I hear laws downstream of culture, but I don't know where complex hierarchies of variables that are each on variable scales didn't come from religious tenets that most people can grasp. Yeah, so that's another thing. It's like how much of what we consider morality to be the backbone of certain faiths that have stepped forward. And then we have to ask ourselves, why have those faiths perpetuated over millennia? And this is where I think a lot of postmodern critical theory and critical race theory, I think a lot of these intersectional theories as well discount human experience long term. They haven't asked themselves, why did these morality systems arise? I think that's dishonest. I'm not trying to get around morality by renaming things. I don't believe in God, and laws are written by men. I want to believe in there being a soul, but wants aren't real. That's fair. Once again, Epic, I don't want to tell chat to believe in God or anything like that, okay? That I'm not interested in making it a religious argument here. What I am suggesting that religion or no, we understand fundamentally when something is wrong. And when people try to pretend morality is subjective by saying because people rename things, therefore morality is subjective, or because certain situations allow for certain things, morality is subjective, I think that's where my hackles start to rise. I think that's where my hackles start to rise, Epic. I'm not suggesting you're saying that, by the way. But what I'm trying to suggest is like, for example, killing people. We can all agree that it's very unfortunate when people are killed. But what if you have to kill a very bad person who belongs to the Austrian Painters fan club? What do we do then? Well, maybe we have to kill that person. But because you killed that person, does that mean that you are therefore free of culpability, let's say, in the eyes of God, because you killed somebody from an Austrian Painters fan club? Right? And so that's where I'm suggesting we can understand contextual motivations and go from there on a case-by-case kind of basis. But overall, we still can understand that you can't just run around taking people's lives. You know what I mean? So I think a lot of people are saying, well, you know, in some cases it's right, in some cases it's wrong, therefore there's different moralities. No, we can all say that it's a negative when someone's life is taken. It's just that sometimes things have to happen a certain way. But that's not pretending morality doesn't exist. So yeah. If something's going on that I do not like, if I go to stop it, right and wrong are not factors. Thanks for the clarity. Yeah, no problem. Herman says, chat, believe in God. You're welcome. Karn makes a good point that then you have to differentiate which God is you're talking about. But I think Herman's talking about the Christian God. So there we go. Wooly's talking about the Christian God. Yeah, I think most people do know right from wrong because the self-delusion is woven so thick. It's not justification. It's a deep-seated identity. Yeah, so Deck, this is where I gotta say is like, what I'm trying to say is that when people come out, okay, I'm not talking about anyone here in chat, but when people come out and start telling me things like everything is relative, I instantly discount them as being fundamentally brainwashed or mentally insane or perhaps retarded. Like, not in the sense of like disabled, because disabled people probably have more common sense than them, because they are being lazy, and it's just lazy, sloppy communication and thinking. Because if you went to a court case with, let's say, trafficking of a small child, let's just say this. Most human beings know that it's wrong. Most human beings understand on a fundamental that that's wrong. Now, you could say, well, in this society, it's okay. But we all know. We all know. That's what I'm saying. Like there's just some things that you know. Everyone knows. All humans know. Yes. So, for example, if you have a habit of going around killing ladies of the night and disposing of their remains in a way, that's antisocial behavior. So you could even look at it as like, you could even look at it as an evolutionary thing. Is the claim everything is relative or absolute? Well, Wooly, yeah, that's where Yeah, that's where my issue with postmodernity lies, right? Because you're coming out, you're saying all meta-narratives are oppressive in nature, and your meta-narrative, that meta-narratives are oppressive in nature, is also oppressive in nature. It's just, it's self-defeating. Everything is on a spectrum. What do you mean by spectrum? So I have to agree with you, Epic. I think that there's like, whether you believe in God or not, you have to believe that there are certain activities that promote evolutionary health, and that those have been deemed right or wrong over time. We can argue the existence of God, maybe never, but we could technically one time. But the thing for me is that it is very easy for people to walk around and say things like everything is relative, but I think it speaks to an complacency and an entitlement that is so airheaded and out of touch as to be useless and is destined for the trash, as far as I'm concerned. Now, if you say to me, there are some things in life that are relative, I'm with you. I'm with you, right? There's some things in life that we could say are subjective and are relative. Absolutely. But to say everything is relative is like mind-boggling to me. I don't know how people get away with making absolutist statements about relativity. It's like the lack of self-awareness is wild. I don't think we got it from intuition or a book. The awareness would turn on before the logical part. That's why you don't ask questions. Just act. You're Superman. Evolutionary health, you say. I recall Australian mustache man was in favor of that. Oh, that's a good point, Willie. That's an interesting point that you made. People don't apply subjectivity. It's wrong to do this because the consequences even affecting selfish people. Yeah. This is why I'm saying, Deck, my issue with the current state of academia, okay? Once again, I don't like repeating myself. I like postmodern theory in a lab with sensible people running thought experiments, even within the field of literature. I'm fine with that. But when it's applied wholesale in some sort of mindless rush of incredibly stupid people saying stupid things online, and I don't care if you're on the right side of the aisle or the left side of the aisle, if you are running with the whole pack off the side of the cliff, whether you're saying woke Lamont or whether you're singing, ACAB or something, I don't care. Stop. Like, I just don't like it. I just don't like it. I just don't like it. That's just me. And when it starts affecting normal people to such a degree, or when they start coming out on Instagram and renaming certain people as maps and bullshit like that, that's when I'm like, I'm out. I don't want to be on this planet anymore. Because you cannot come to me and say, oh, everything is relative. We want to elevate the voices of the oppressed. And then at the same point in time, literally start giving spaces for like predators and people who are taking advantage of certain practices. That to me is gross. There's no way you can come to me and say, well, morality is relative. Yeah, it's like, no, get out of here. YouTube deleted the comment. Wait a minute. Royal, YouTube deleted your comment? Oh no, maybe we're getting a bit too hot for YouTube, guys. Okay, let's finish this video.
As the woke umbrella expanded, so did the pool of activists, and each had their own chip on their shoulder. We got new language like heteronormative and cishet, and even more productions had subtle or not so subtle contempt for straight white men, which also hurt the production quality because it's just not fun to watch a show or a movie made by bitter people, and the dialogue is usually garbage. Oh, and those shows from the 90s that you liked? Well, see, you only enjoyed those because you're a bigot who thinks they understand other cultures, but you don't. We now know they were extremely problematic, and the fact that straight or white people enjoyed them in large quantities, see, that's how we can tell they were selling out and they were not authentic. But a lot of that came from the activists. The clueless executives only knew that calling themselves woke and progressive raised their ESG scores to get investor money, got them praise from their peers, and it seemed to get people talking. Hate watching is still watching, so they were cool with it. Ironically, they commodified oppression as a brand and a marketing tactic. And now the term has been taken again, this time as a mocking brand. Where woke used to mean we care, we have virtues. Now it has been thrown back to mean fake virtue signaling or activism from the writer's room. It means a decline in quality coupled with an increase in overt moral messaging that is not baked into the production but is slathered all over the top. And of course, in the end, it all circles back to Marx. Even though I don't agree with a single one of his economic ideas, he knocked it out of the park when he said that capitalists will use anything for profit. Because we are now living in a timeline where massive corporations are making products to cater to an audience that claims to hate capitalism. They've commodified communism. Well done, capitalists. That is one hell of a power move. If Marx were alive today, I know for a fact he'd be crying. And I can never figure out if it would be from laughter or from sadness. We are seeing a turn, however, as even executives who truly believe in the benefits of wokeness, they just can't deny that the money isn't there to support it. Now, woke might be dying in the sense that movies, shows, and games will begin to feature less artificial representation as a goal in itself, but the philosophy behind woke still lives. The Marxist, postmodern, post-structural, countercultural relativism of truth and morality, these attitudes don't die just because fewer non-binary characters will be forcibly written onto screens. So, the question is, now that you have a little primer on the evolution of this mindset, where do you think it goes next? What's the next barrier to be broken down or arbitrary social construct to attack as a vestigial remnant of the backward past? I'm really interested to hear your predictions. I appreciate you watching as always. I'll see you next time.
Okay, what will happen? I think a couple of things could happen. So first off, capitalists / the companies are going to wake up. They're going to realize that the moves that they were attempting to make were a mistake. They will dial it back a little bit, but they can't dial it back too much. We might not see an improvement in writing. Because once again, in my opinion, I don't think wokeness automatically means bad writing. I do think we will see maybe less forced diversity. But unfortunately for me, this has taken a step back. Okay, so let's pretend that tomorrow a brand new IP came out for us Fujoshis, and it was about two gay guys who are in a hockey team, something like that. You know what I mean? I think it would be branded woke, even though it's not rewriting an IP, even though it's doing its own thing, even if the gay actors were respectful and not running around and shaming the community. I think there's a section now of people that are so reactive that they are also losing their minds, right? The right-wing version of Anita Sarkeesian. So I think we will continue to have the Anita Sarkeesians, and we will continue to have the right-wing mirrors of Anita Sarkeesian because it pays money, right? Outrage pays. And so more people may continue to kind of perpetuate a war that doesn't need to happen all the time. That being said, he is absolutely right. I don't think there will be some sort of weird regression because, like Karn said, and supposedly like Simp said, although I didn't read it in any of Simp's comments, this has been happening since the Enlightenment. And there's no way we're going back to pre-Enlightenment. I regardless of what Wooly said, I'll have to disagree. I personally appreciate having the freedoms that I do. I don't want to be treated like property. I don't want to be treated like I'm stupid because I'm a woman. So I am what I would call centrist, which I think came up in my political quiz because of that. However, at the same point in time, I don't want to exit my brains entirely. So to a certain degree, I don't think we can put the cat back in the box. I think the cat is out. It's here. It's been here a long time. And some of it I like. I just want the writing to go back to being better. But my issue is that if we keep giving people participation trophies, if we don't have people being called to higher forms of excellence, if people hide from critique because of my aesthetic or because I'm X minority, I don't like that. I want that to change. I understand that to a certain degree, the state and the world is post-Christian, quite secularized. So I'm not surprised if from now on, we continue to have what has already been there. And what has already been there has been materialist, has been secular, largely secularized. And yeah, I think that will continue on. That trajectory, I don't think that's ever going to change. The best I can hope for is that people like Ben, for example, Leo, for example, I don't know who else in chat, Jonathan, perhaps, maybe Royal, I don't know. But people, I don't want to assume Royal's stance on religion or whatever, but anybody in chat who is not a Christian, who is not into a religion of some sort, I don't want them to have to feel like they're being screamed at through their entertainment, okay? The Christians were feeling disenfranchised for a long time. like the actual fundamentalist Christians have been feeling disenfranchised for a long time. Okay. They will continue to feel that way. I will consider it a return to normalcy if someone like Ben or someone like Jonathan or someone like Leo maybe can turn on the TV and feel like they can enjoy something without being preached at. And maybe Epic too. I don't know if Epic is feeling preached at, but if people can feel like they're not being treated like small children, if the men in my chat can feel like they're not being treated like potential grapists, then you know what I'm saying? Like, I will consider it a win. I will consider it a win. Because that to me is where it feels a bit more fair for everyone. You know, I don't think the world that my Christian friends or even myself would dream of is entirely able to exist on this planet without hurting a lot of people. So in my opinion, I think I'm more than ready. I'm very reasonable, right? I consider myself to be a very reasonable person here, just saying, please write well. Please write well. But I do think that there is some people on the right who are grifters and who are using clickbait words to like jump at shadows about things that we all just need to calm down about. And stop overhyping this, because in the end, we're behaving like the people that we're critiquing. One thing I will say about Greg Owen, I'm going to give him a thumbs up for this. I love him so much, is at least he's classy. At least he's classy. He's not being unfair, he has made observations that I personally made myself. Let's just say this. I had a prof who had us reading Walter Benjamin. We were uncritically studying his essay, The Work of Art in the Mechanical Age of Reproduction. And there was a clear message from my professor that instead of writing an essay, we could go out and do activist work in the community. There was a strong push towards social activism in the community, and this was from the head of the department. This wasn't a rogue professor off in a corner doing something weird. This was the head of the English department recommending us to use art and use our workplaces as models or like as outlets for our activism. And in my opinion, that is unprofessional. There are tons and tons of people out there who would feel very uncomfortable if I stuck a Jesus Loves You sticker on their Starbucks mug. So don't stick any other kind of sticker on there. Like, let's all keep it real here. Now, of course, there's some folks in my chat who on one side of the aisle or the other side of the aisle might have stronger feelings than me. I respect that, you know. We can all have that difference of opinion there, but I think Greg was right. He ticked off of almost all of my boxes off. This is a real good win because he talked about Marx. The only thing he didn't talk about, which Karn pointed out, was the Enlightenment, largely because I think not many people think about going that far back. Obviously, for a lot of people who would, like recently I studied Frankenstein, so that was very obvious to me that that would be a connection you could make. Not many people do go that far back. But I didn't expect him to go that far back because most people don't. Right? So Karl Marx, he touched lightly on communism. To be honest, he could have gone off on communism. He didn't. So in his favor, he didn't go crazy about that. He only touched on it and then he went straight into cultural Marxism, which I completely agree with. Now, obviously, there are some folks in chat who don't see cultural Marxism for one reason or the other. Partially, I think it's because it's been around so much, like it's in everything right now. It's hard to tell where it isn't. Because it's been around since like the 50s. So, and you know, basing off of Karl Marx, it goes even, and the Enlightenment, it goes even further back. But cultural Marxism, I think, impacted a lot. And it inflamed certain movements, and it has really made writing more messed up. So very, very, very good video. Thank you, Ben, for this fantastic video. It covered most of what I wanted. He actually added in a very, in my opinion, a very gracious pointing out about why artists specifically went for cultural Marxism. I would probably reference Dorothy L. Sayers' book, Clouds of Witness, where she basically kind of riffs off of what was very popular during her time period, where people were real, like Dadaism and all of that, where the seeds of postmodernity lay. I would say that it's actually been around a long time. It wasn't just disenfranchised, impoverished writers. I think there was an academic movement that existed among socialist groups in the UK that were attacking language on a fundamental basis before even Foucault and Derrida came out. So it's been around a long time, but I thought he was And what I really liked about what he said there is he highlighted how the word woke used to be a representation for Black freedoms. And I feel it's really sad that that has been taken off the rails so much. That's really unfortunate. But I mean, our language, and this is why I do agree with the relativity of how language transforms over time. So there's always the old definitions, and then there's always these new definitions that there's all these new definitions that get added in, right? All of these connotations that transform around that word. And this is why I think educating yourself and understanding the first fundamental meaning is still helpful, because it kind of helps give you a whole context for that word, so that you're not just believing what's going on like with the word right now. So I think woke people are going to create little subsets of people to attack and protest about whatever, and they'll appear and disappear in any opportunity they have. Yeah, kind of like guerrilla warfare, maybe, Leo. Yuri on Ice. Royal, would you watch Yuri on Ice? Okay, I'm going to go to Discord and see what... Let's see. I thought Maps was a song, not a PDF thing. But now that I know more, I'll leave you down, throw them in a wood. Yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing. Yeah. Maps is a thing. It's just weird. And it's a whole thing on Instagram, by the way. This is why I always tell like my friends who have kids, never post like public photos of your kids on Instagram, because it's a whole thing. I don't think so. Maps means minor attracted person. Google. Oh, Herman. I'm going to be honest. Maps was sung by Maroon 5, right? There's no way Maroon 5 is into that. Oh yeah. Yowie on Ice. Oh yeah. Yeah. That's gorgeous. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Heart. Very hot. But Yuri on Ice is two girls, right? Which, I mean, some bros would get behind. It will go stealth for a while before boiling over again. So long as the root remains, so long as the corpse of the American Empire can provide free money. I also think, Wooly, like I said, you can't put it back in the bag, you know? You can't put it back in the bag. And I'm also not 100% pro what we got now for systems either, by the way. Like, I think human systems are fundamentally broken insofar as they're made by humans. They will never be perfect, so it will always be shitty. And where there's shittiness, there is unhappiness. Where there's unhappiness, there is revolution. Yeah. I don't have the resources to pull it off. Greg, do be a good egg. Yeah, she's ticked off. Yes, Susan is so angry. I saw so many NOTW stickers everywhere. What are NOTW stickers? Am I missing out on something here? Oh, not of this world. See, here's the thing, Jonathan. So, like, even though I was, like, homeschooled and came from a severely, like, very, very, very restrictive upbringing, the whole, like, WWJD kind of thing, the whole NOTW thing, like, it wasn't a thing for me, because I always felt like some of that stuff is really cringe and weird. But if it's on your personal property, You know, if you have a rainbow button or you have an NOTW button or like a fish, right? The fish stamp or whatever, that's you kind of stating your identity, whether it's in Christ or your sexuality or your political party. I think a lot of people find stability from being in a group. I think for me, stability in a group is very, very strong for humans because a lot of humans are born to be in a group. And so I respect that to a degree. But I guess I've just looked enough at history to know that people who acted within a group are just as likely to do something amazing as they are to do something terrible, or vice versa, are just as likely to do something terrible as they are to do something amazing. There were some fantastic group-led efforts, like, for example, the effort to abolish slavery, the effort to emancipate African Americans, or, you know, Africans around the world, to you know, stop certain groups in their tracks. We can point at some large group efforts, like maybe protecting certain species from extinction and stuff like that. Like we can look at that and go, yay, that's great. Clap hand. But I'm never, how can I say this? I'm never the type of person to just be happy with the positives, unfortunately. For some reason, I'm constantly fixated on the negatives. And I just think that humans as a group can just be equally negative as they can be positive. So while I have on occasion had, you know, Naruto handbags or stuff like that, I never put Christian symbology on my clothing, per se, or on my keychain, because I'm just very cautious about human enterprises. I think religion is not bad, obviously, because I'm a religious person, obviously. But I just think, like, sometimes people hop on a bandwagon and put a sticker on themselves. And I ran into that when I was in my early 20s and I read about asexuals, and I immediately, like, it kind of made sense at that time. And I remember going to my parents and being like, oh, this is how I feel like I am. And they were like, well, give yourself time. They said a lot of things that were not helpful, actually, and very, in some ways, not very helpful and kind of devastating. But they were correct in that rushing to label yourself and then kind of put yourself in that label and define yourself only within that label is not wise. And I remember just thinking, well, you don't know what it feels like to walk in my shoes and to feel this. So I went to a live journal and I joined some very early ACE support groups. And I hung out with ACEs online for ages and ages. And I was there, like, not taking part. But I remember the first discussions about what color the ACE community should be on the flag and stuff like that. And I was one of the few ACEs who didn't want to be part of the LGB at that time, no T, community, because I didn't want to be associated with the sexuality. I didn't want to have that association at all. And I began to realize that I was surrounded by 16-year-olds who didn't know what they wanted. And I began to think, wait a minute. Wait a minute. What is going on here? So I left. I left. I was like, nah, you know what? Never mind that. So maybe held off for monetization reasons. Yeah. Yeah, there is not such a thing as going around saying I'm a first generation woke. Yeah, maybe there should be though, Epic. Maybe there should be. So he ended the video with saying what we think will happen. And it seems it seems like some people here in chat don't think it will go away. Epic, what do you think will we see in the next few years? Royal, you're out there somewhere. What do you think is going to happen the next few years? What do you think we're going to see more of? Are we going to see a complete slide to like nuttiness? Or what do you think? What do you think is going to happen? Wait a minute. Is Royal into Yuri? But that wasn't reverse harem. Why are they talking about reverse harems? Why is Sim talking about reverse harems? I believe in the pendulum, so I feel like we're going to see conservative movements go into the same direction as woke. Ugh. Well, Epic, if people start losing their mind on the right, I will be here. Okay? I will be here. I remember there was this one book that my mom had that was like, Harry Potter is the gateway to witchcraft. And I read it, and I was like, they don't know fuck all. I was like, what are they talking about? And the weird thing is I was part of an older female fan club of Harry Potter at the time. And they were critiquing Harry Potter based off of how certain things were being written. And talking about how ethics and moral responsibility was being handled poorly in the book. So they had like legitimate textual reasons for why they didn't like the book, which I felt had more weight than the Christian quick reading. You know what I mean? So yeah. So I from the beginning, I just didn't have a YouTube back then. Otherwise, I would have been foaming at the mouth about how people like there was this whole commentary on anime back in the day, and I went off on people who were like misrepresenting anime. I was out there because I was very annoyed with how certain people in the Christian community were misrepresenting a medium. It was just insanity to me. Some of those 16-year-olds maybe were jumping on bandwagons so their parents finally would pay attention to them. Maybe. Asia will export their culture to USA and slowly take over because Hollywood cannot seem to figure out how to ditch their ideology. That's an interesting guess. I think we're seeing it already, Jonathan, with video games. We're starting to see China making bank because they're willing to do what no studio seems to be ready to do. But I still think Chinese storytelling is shit because they're simply going through the motions. They themselves don't have a lot of... I mean, they are on the cusp of perhaps generating authentic stories. From the sounds of it, Wukong had a pretty strong story. Mobile games and gacha games tend to have shitty stories, but PGR is pretty good, but you can still see like the propaganda in PGR. And Arc Knights to a degree. And I haven't even played far into them. So I could be wrong. Wooly can correct me. But Yeah, I could see Asia stepping in, Jonathan. We're already seeing Asia stepping in, right? We already know that Netflix basically promised a whole bunch of money to funding K-dramas because that's what women want. And for some reason, Hollywood is sitting around with their thumbs up their butts, refusing to make a good rom-com that will be a mega hit like so many of the rom-coms of the late 90s, early 2000s. And you can sit around and go, oh, it was the Me Too movement that destroyed it. The Me Too movement may have destroyed Hollywood executives' desires to make the rom-com, but that's a stupid reason given how much women are still ready. You can sit around all day long and say that Me Too happened. Most of your average woman, whether they have had a Me Too experience or not, still want to have romance in their life. So it's the using Me Too as a scapegoat for romance not existing literally turns a blind eye to the ongoing presence of romance in the publishing industry. If Me Too had an actual impact on women's consumption of romance, the publishing industry would be dying right now, and it's not. Like in terms of female romances, it's not. So well, isn't Parasite one of the good Korean ones? Mega is kind of like that now. I'm not very familiar with a lot of the Mega rhetoric because I just think a lot of stuff right now is all performative, unfortunately. Until the right-wing rot sets in and the West becomes a new Russia. I mean, yeah, we'll see if the right... Let's say this, Royal. If I am able to see a complete change in the public universities in Canada and am able to take a master's degree within the next 5 years, I will consider there to be a swing. But if I see no changes on the academic level, I will consider the swing to have happened in the average masses, but not on the academic level. So the problem will still be there. All I expect is non-reflective redrawing of lines, but nothing will be learned or internalized. Yeah, see, this is what I'm expecting, Wooly. I'm not expecting for the academic circles to change. I mean, I could wake up tomorrow and be pleasantly surprised with more reflective and open-minded critical thinking in universities in the humanities. I could be surprised with that. I am more than ready to be proven wrong. I'm ready and waiting for the Canadian universities to be like, oops, my bad. We'll allow for critical thought again. Propaganda, not good. But I'm not optimistic about that, unfortunately. My mom reverse strategized me with Finding God in Harry Potter and Finding God in Lord of the Rings. Interesting. The whole Harry Potter will lead to witchcraft is odd. I know bits and bobs of actual occultism, and none of it involves wands and mumbling some words in pig Latin. Wooly, the amount of people who lost their shit over Harry Potter was stupid. But that's people for you, right? Like, people groups are going to do weird shit. And it's very easy for the left-wingers to go, ha, 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 look at those crazy right-wingers freaking out over D&D. And now, what's happening 30 years later, right? My mom, who is over 60, goes to Korean boy band concerts. Way to go, Mom. Wow. Your mom's really bomb. Problem with the right is they pick wrong targets like anime. Yeah. That's because the right is... Some of the far right are so entrenched in their tiny little echo chambers, they don't even know what's what. Right? That's why I'm saying I don't want my lefty friends to somehow accidentally end up in the far left echo chamber. Like, keep out of there. Not all of us who are in the center are losing our minds and behaving weird. Me Too didn't kill Hollywood. California and woke writers killed Hollywood. Yeah. When it comes to romances, there's no way in heck that they couldn't have made some good romance films. And some rom-coms were made. And in fact, Netflix picked up the rom-com slack by filling it in with K-drama rom-coms. So once again, I don't think female desire went anywhere because of Me Too. I think Hollywood used the Me Too movement and weaponized it to basically justify why they were taking away something from women, and they're now trying to basically school women into feeling bad about what they want to watch and read. Just like they did to men. Right? So you have Richard Zegler coming out and saying weird, weird, weird about women wanting to see a prince in Snow White. Okay? And I'm not even like an MF reader. I'm not actively chasing to read like guy on gal sex. Okay? I'm not like some smut, reading, woman. But even I know that your average girl, your average little girl, your average teen girl, your average woman wants to have a prince, compliment Snow White. And to say that it's weird is to silence women's desires. And I think that's problematic on a fundamental level. You're telling women how to feel about their entertainment. How more entitled can you get from that? Arknights, on the other hand, is very heavy-handed. Not so much propaganda, but the Chinese stands in as perfect. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Soft, like heavy-handed soft power. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe not in PGR. I will bow to your wisdom on that, Wooly, because you're much further in. I know guys fairly high connection to Hollywood. Hollywood is basically gone. Yeah, see, I wouldn't be surprised. I thought Hollywood getting up on stage at the Oscars and yelling at the audience killed Hollywood. But also woke slop. But mostly actors yelling at viewers. That's another thing. Professionalism and people thinking that they have a right to get on a soapbox and talk at their audience about shit. And then what's crazy is that the same left who are getting on their soapbox and are like talking about shit, then go on these weird, what's it called? Boycotting rampages after streamers who are streaming Hogwarts Legacy because the author said something that they didn't like. So author over here says something they don't like. People lose their shit. And then they get up on a soapbox and start saying things that other people don't like. And when those people react poorly, they're like, what's your problem? And the same thing goes with the right-wingers. The right-wingers also losing their shit over, left-wing actors saying progressive shit. And then they themselves trying to hand wave away what JKR was saying. It's like, yeah. Crazy. Western academics provide that at uni. Yeah, to a certain degree. Good night, Epic. Thanks for hanging out. Watching Fruits Basket made me want something a little different, specifically the guys that the guys be much less desirable losers. Is there a parody, reverse harem anime or manga about a bunch of loser guys? Okay, so here's the thing, Sim, is that reverse harms are written by women. Okay? And this is where is Sim is in chat, right? Deck of Cardboard is Sim. The thing about this is why women get on a moral soapbox about representation of men, okay? When women represent men, they do not want to represent men in a negative light. because they adore men. They are there to provide the perfect man that the women want to be with. No self-respecting woman wants to be with a loser, because a loser does nothing, can provide nothing, and goes nowhere. Even psychotic, stalkery, toxic men, like, for example, Christian Grey, who is still, in my opinion, nowhere near what some of the stuff I read in MM. Even those more toxic males have to be competent, because no woman wants to be courted by a loser. And there's a evolutionary reason for this, right? Or a social reason. But women gas up the male alpha character for the most part. Now, the male alpha character obviously will have a flaw, usually here and there, right? He might not be in touch with his emotions. He might be traumatized. He might have PTSD. He might be stymied at work. There's obviously the guy is going to have, issues that the woman might help him through with. But the man cannot be a complete loser, because the whole point is that both the man and the woman meet each other on an equal level and help each other. That's the whole point of a romance, is to be able to help the man and the man help you. And that's why a lot of women can get on an intellectual soapbox and yell at other men in society, because when men consume romantic medium, they have the appearance of consuming media that infantilizes or only sexualizes the female body, whereas the female representation of both sexes appears more equal or equitable. I say appear because I still don't think all of male media is infantilizing or is toxic or negative, but some women read it as that. Yeah. A single woman being doted on by a bunch of losers is called a harassment case. Basically, Royal, you got it. Which, is that fair? No. If there is a situation where you have a loser in the partnership, the woman fixes that man. All harem anime, including reverse harem, have potential partners that are all desirable in some fashion. Even a down on their luck archetype always has a redeeming quality. Okay, let's go through the Fruits Basket. Since Sim mentioned Fruits Basket, I happen to know Fruits Basket quite a bit. Yuki, very handsome, has serious confidence issues and must break free from cycle of abuse. Kyo has demon form and abandonment issues. What is it? The doctor's name. I can't believe. Okay, I'm just going to put Dragon Doctor. It will come to me. Blinded in his eye, emotionally disconnected. By the way, Fruits Basket 2017. Oh, the remake of Fruits Basket is one so powerful. Such a good message. Okay, Rooster, which is, oh my lord, what was the rooster's name? I can't believe that I'm cut. Began with a K. Not Kugane. Oh my lord. Oh, Lord. Rooster. I'm just going to say, I'm going by their zodiac now. Rooster is, no backbone, doormat complex, toxic compassion. Monkey dresses as a girl to deal with incompetence and lack of agency and social expectations. Oh my gosh, the love story for the monkey is so pertinent to what's going on nowadays. It's mind-blowing. I honestly, I wish more people watched Fruits Basket, honestly. Okay, okay, so we got the cat, we got the rat. Cat. This is the rat. Who else is a bro? I'm going to leave Shigure to last because he's most interesting to me. Snake is probably the only one who's actually only one with largely with fairly good mental health because he already has someone. So Snake doesn't count as being whack. The lamb. A lamb. Angry, hyper protective, asshole kid who is hiding a well of powerlessness. Who else? Who else is a bro in there? Oh, the teacher, martial arts teacher. Kyo's martial arts teacher. He's guilt-ridden, but overall healthy. But he is guilt-ridden. Let's all be real. Who else is in the story besides Shigure? What other man? Am I missing any man? And by the way, Fruits Basket is not a reverse harm. Anyone who thinks it's a reverse harm has completely lost the plot. It's shoujo, but it's not a reverse harm. And finally, Shigure. Yes, I know his name for a reason. Year of the Dog. Obsessive, possessive, manipulator. My favorite. He's my favorite character. And he happens to share the same year that I am in. Out of all of these, the ones that I would say are essentially losers would be the monkey is a loser. The rooster is effectively a loser. Kyo is not really a loser, but he's treated like he's a loser. And then Yuki is essentially a loser. So I would, first off, Fruits Basket is not a reverse harem. That's number one. Number two, the men in Fruits Basket are extremely complex and have weaknesses and strengths. So they are not winners. In fact, the whole point of Fruits Basket is that this entire family, largely with men, but also with, there's women on the side, the horse. Oh, the cow. Cow. I forgot about the cow. Cow is actually slightly healthier mentally. There's some female zodiac, but essentially this whole show is about people who are messed up, and how do they get better? Right? How do they get better? How do they heal? How do they break free of a curse? all of them are incredibly complex, and all of them have moments of being either very bad people or helpless people, because many of them are owned by the curse. So not only would I not put Fruits Basket in the reverse harm category, the men, there's a couple men, in my opinion, like Shigure, who is not a loser. He's he's like a fairly famous writer, and he basically gets his way to a degree. But almost all of these men start from a position of emotional or psychological weakness and move into power. And there's only a few men who are actually functioning in a healthy kind of way. Maybe it's too small a niche audiences that males would want to read reverse harem about losers. Yeah, I don't think a lot of males want to read about other men potentially getting with a woman, honestly. A regular woman in a loser harem does sound interesting. NTR would probably ruin it, though. I was wondering if it would always have to be a balance with loser females. Yeah, so Fruits Basket is not a reverse harem, but it has a lot of men who are messed up. Hopefully that helps you. Hopefully that helps you. I don't know if Sim is listening in, but which Fruits Basket did you watch? That's also another question to ask, because Fruits Basket has two versions. There's the first version that's incomplete, only 1 season long, and then there's a second version which is complete with 3 seasons. So you gotta be careful. Okay. So Sim has watched the new one. Okay. Yeah. The new one has much more complexity. Way more complexity. And the guys are falling apart. Like, for example, the story of the monkey, the monkey whose name is Ritsu. So I actually remember the monkey's name because the monkey, I actually genuinely like his story. The monkey is this really unhappy young man whose parents are constantly apologizing for his, shall we say, lack of talent, lack of weight. You know, he's just a very ordinary young man. And from an early age, he felt like he was being apologized for. And this caused him to feel like he would never be good at anything. So Ritsu dresses up as a girl and looks like a woman because he feels like he can avoid some of that social expectation that's linked to males in that culture. And Shigure likes to mess with Ritsu because Ritsu will have meltdowns. And it's very interesting because Shigure's editor is a young woman who dresses very businesslike, and she is, for lack of a better term, quite tomboyish. And both Ritsu and Shigure's editor, Misa? Okay, wait a minute. Fruits Basket, Ritsu, and Mitsuru? Let's see. Yeah, here we go. Okay, check this out, guys. Check this out. All right. This is them. Okay? The man in this situation, okay, get this, in his 20s is wearing the green kimono. And the girl, the editor, is wearing the business suit. And interestingly enough, they actually get together. And this was the author's favorite pairing. So unlike the other pairings, they actually got their own special little manga omake. And in the manga omake, we learn that he starts wearing boys' clothing. And we learn that she starts to grow her hair out. And she starts adopting more feminine characteristics, and he essentially mans up. And they go to a zoo together, if I recall correctly. Let's see if I can find it. It's a very, very, very niche thing to get. Oh, I forget. Anyway, apparently, like toward the end, they start kind of like changing their dynamic, if I'm correct. Yeah, so in this version here, oh yeah, Kagura-chan, did you know Shigure Nisan quit being a novelist? Mitsuru-san told me, and you know her, she was pleased to say the least. He's destroyed. The evil one has been destroyed. I'm happy for you. I'm so happy for you. So you can see here, he's cut his hair, and he's wearing a suit. Like, this is so wholesome because it's saying you can be a bro who's struggling with how you feel with yourself, how you're representing yourself, and you can find a woman who will understand with you and work with you, right? I would like to believe I'm that kind of a woman who is willing to work with her male partner. If he doesn't perform, air quote, like a masculine man, I don't need him to always do that. But that's a certain woman who can handle that. There are a lot of women who don't find this attractive, who don't want to see this. So I appreciate what she's saying here with Ritsu and Mitsuru. I appreciate it because this represents a kind of a dynamic that does exist. It does exist, and it can be quite healthy within a certain framework. Anyway, all that to say, Fruits Basket, if you guys want to watch something that is genuinely talking about compassion, talking about how to overcome abuse, okay, how to avoid the cycle of victimization, and how to extract yourself from self-victimization, how to stand up for yourself. I think that is a fantastic. Highly recommend. Can't recommend it enough. Yeah. Relationship so gay it became straight during Pride Month too. Men don't like to read about men from a woman's point of view. Wait a minute, Sim. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry, Sim. Anyway, I'll stop talking about it because I don't want to spoil anything else for Sim. But I highly recommend it. Like, stick it out. It becomes really good. Yeah. It's just worth it. It's just this is one pairing and it's a side pairing. So I'm not like doing like the main pairing. Dark Dungeons. But yeah, I don't think men would appreciate reading about men from a woman's point of view. I just don't think that's what women want. Loser meets girl failure. They work together to be less awful and find love along the way. I think that is... Let's just say I think that's a niche. That's a pairing that I personally love. That's a pairing I personally love. Yeah. I've been toying with an idea in my head for the past few years. It's like an ongoing daydream that I've toyed around with. And it involves a male character who has amnesia and is struggling to make his way as a man and as an individual, as a human being, learning to kind of step up to the plate and take responsibility for his life. But his opposing role is a woman who is morally compromised and is actually responsible for his ongoing amnesia, or his past amnesia, I should say. And in the process, she learns how to say it. She begins to understand that what she did was wrong, and it came out of a fear that if she had trusted in him, they wouldn't have had to walk the path that they did. So wait a minute, is Party here right now? Depends on how badass the guy is. Well, here's the problem, Jonathan, right? Here's the problem, right? If it's one guy and one girl, like your average kind of rom-com, I think a lot of bros will sit down with their girlfriend and watch a rom-com and they'll survive it, right? And they might even, drum roll, find themselves enjoying it, right? The problem is when it's one girl with a whole bunch of guys, and then it's all about the guys and not about the girl. That's, I think, where the problem is, right? I think there's a lot of guys who would be more open to watching a rom-com or a romantic film and be fine because they can at least look at the hot chick and be like, man, I'd bang her, right? The problem is when there's literally like 7 guys and 1 girl. It's like asking me to get invested in a story that's about a harem when there's 1 man and 7 girls and it's just focusing on their tits and their ass. Do I want to watch that? The answer is no. You can make that guy as amazing as you'd like, but there's only one of him. So I wouldn't be surprised if a bro was like, nah, I'm fine with not having like bare chests wandering around in a reverse harem, you know, with a single woman at the top who's just from her objective gaze looking at the guys half naked. I just don't think your average straight bro is going to be into it. Now, if it's one-on-one just one guy and one girl, I think both of the sexes can get on board. They're going to be fine. And I think there are some girls, obviously, and some guys, like gay guys, for example, might be fine with a reverse harem. And some lesbian girls might be fine with a harem. In fact, I think some girls, there's a large group of girls who might, to a certain degree, enjoy a harem romance to a certain degree. But someone like myself, for example, I would very much not be interested in a harem story. I don't care how good it is. It could have been written by Shakespeare himself. I would not be reading it. I just don't, why would I want to read about boobs? Like, I just don't see it. You know, it's just, it just doesn't do it for me. There's 7 guys and 1 girl. Isn't that a fetish, though? Those stories usually have bland women. I think a guy would watch a reverse harem anime if the heroine is desirable and the main male interest is someone that can resonate with a typical male, because then they're simply rooting for them. That's true. That's true. If it was very, very... if it was very clear very early on, but if it was just hopping from one to one, I think it would be. But I think there would still need to be action. Yeah, probably. Like, I would set it in like a fantasy kingdom, and there's a queen, and she has 7 consorts from 7 neighboring countries. And maybe there's she loves this one bro, but he's not interested because he's actually supposed to be marrying this girl who's waiting for him back home. So there's like this push and pull. Is she going to be the other woman kind of thing? But she kind of owns him. He's now in her harem, so she can do with him what she wants. So there's like, maybe we could get a little bit of female on male dubcon in there. Oh my gosh, it's writing itself now. But I don't know if a bro would be into that. Like, would a guy be into, like, yeah, maybe some guys would. Maybe. Pride and Prejudice is a harem. Pride and Prejudice. Pride and Prejudice? What? I would gladly abolish harem, reverse harem, and love triangles. It probably depends a lot on the particular struggle. Maps onto my own struggles. Sim wants to be represented. Sim wants representation. Well, the problem is that I think people might not know how to write a happy ending for that sim. Or, for example, they don't know how to realistically move a guy from being a loser into being a winner. Right? Like, they can barely do it right with females, right? That's why we have girl bosses. Like I said, part of the problem of why we have poorly developed women becoming powerful and we just hand them power on a plate is partially to represent women and virtue signal, oh, look, we support women's voices, right? The cultural Marxist angle. But also part of it is that to write a proper character arc takes time and intelligence. A lot of people don't know how to do that. Elizabeth has to choose between 3 guys and is already in love with one. That wouldn't be a harem. Wait a minute. How is Pride and Prejudice a harem? There's Mr. Darcy with her. No one else. He has eyes for no one else, literally. Then there's... Oh my gosh. I can't believe I just blipped on the name. But Elizabeth's older sister, Jane, goes with Mr. Not Willoughby. Oh, my Lord. Mr. W, I believe. No, was it a B? Oh, my good giddy aunt. I can't believe I'm like, maybe I'm just tired, guys. But anyway, there was never a harm in Pride and Prejudice. There was no guy with a group of girls, and there was no girl with a group of guys. Here's a reverse harm. The closest would be, like, you could argue that Wickham... No. Was Wickham into her? Maybe a little bit, but you'd have to squint. Like, it went nowhere fast because he was after the money. Highlander meets Ouran High School Host Club. I just hate the what's the trope? Ugly duckling, just rags to riches, 0 to 100 in a single story arc. How about the -50 to 5 instead of, and then they lived happily ever after, and they continue to improve. That's called modern writing, Sim. That's called modernist realist writing. And I'll tell you why that's not as commonly popular, and why I wouldn't even read that is because my life is already that. I don't want to see my life represented. Unlike some people, I don't want my crappy life to be represented in literature. But I get it that you might. But I don't feel like... I think like your average modern realist writer, where it's like, and they might happily live ever after, to me is a downer. A downer. And he became really buff and super rich, and he solved world hunger and saved all the dying children in Africa. No. Okay, here's the thing. I actually don't think a lot of romances are like that anyway. That's kind of extreme. Most of your modern contemporary romances are not like that, to begin with. Now, maybe in isekai genre, maybe in like those min-max male mentality genres, you have these losers hyper trekking, speed running to agency and success. Maybe that might be a male readership problem. But in a lot of female writing, like contemporary story writing, you don't have like that hyper happy ending. That's not a thing. That's not a thing. Like even in Fruits Basket, well, anyway, I'm not going to go into it, but let's just say not all love stories written by and for women ends with like that hyper success kind of stuff. But maybe it happens in isekai or something. I don't know. Fruits Basket isn't a harem because there's already a central love story. Fruits Basket isn't a harem because not all the men are going for her. Period. I'm accidentally reading or watching too much garbage. I don't know, Sim. I don't know what you're reading, though. So I can't say that. But what I can say is that a lot of female romances, particularly modern contemporary romances, aren't necessarily crazy like that, right? But maybe you were just kind of like being hyperbolic to make a point. What is required for a modern contemporary romance with solid psychology is what we call a happy ever after, HEA. And an HEA has to be fairly solidly happy. Now, what does that look like? Does that mean that they're rich? No. Does that mean that they have a job and are financially or socially successful? Not necessarily. The happy ever after for a woman is the constancy of that relationship, knowing that whatever they're going to face tomorrow is going to be okay. And so it's kind of like everything else might be open-ended, might not be all set in stone, but because they have each other, they can face tomorrow. And that's considered a good enough happy ending for most female writers. Okay? But it is possible that maybe within the isekai genre is that maybe there's like that speed running, like maybe it's like that male need to perform and become better, that maybe it is creating this, I don't know. Can you guys tell me? I haven't read a lot of isekai, so I don't know. I'm talking about out of my ass here. But it seemed to me, from what I understand for a lot of isekai, is you start at 0 and then you go up, right? Like you fight your way up to the top. Tower of God. What's that other one? Where they're like trapped in the... But it seemed to me like a lot of that kind of lit RPG kind of shit is you start at 0, you're an underdog, and then you fight your way to the top and you basically become the god of the world, essentially. Like you become, you know, you achieve your potential. Is that not what isekai is? Am I completely wrong here? I think the start at 0 and then becoming a god is targeting a specific male viewer, and it's not me. That's totally fine, Karn. I don't think it... Yeah. There are two kinds, start from 0 or extremely overpowered. Okay. Now, Jonathan, if they start at extremely overpowered, where do they go from there? Like, if they're already extremely overpowered when they start at the show, at the beginning of the show, what happens? I thought I was sufficiently avoiding concentrated, exclusively male-targeted anime or manga, but I guess not. Yeah, if you want to read, I don't know. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be really honest with you, Sim. I am horrible for recommending like straight shoujo stuff to watch or read. I'm pretty shitty at that. But I recommend watching Fruits Basket and take notice of how it ends. Take notice of how it ends. Ask yourself, how wrapped up and how perfect of a bow can we put on their lives? What about yaoi? How do you feel about male on male sim? I won't judge you one way or the other. If you say it's not my cup of tea, I'm not judging you here. Also, do you prefer graphic novels, Sim? Someone said that in a male central hero story, the man has to become something worth respecting, and in a female hero story, she has to accept herself in order to be respected. To a certain degree, Leo, I think you are not far off. You are not far off. Definitely, I think a lot of female-centric stories are about coming into power or standing up for yourself. And this is because I think it's actually very important for women to stop being doormats and stop blaming men for shit that's going on in their lives and take agency. I'm 100% about women standing up to other women and women speaking out when a man crosses the line and says something rude. I never want to silence a woman's voice. unless she's saying something illegal or stupid, in which case, shut up. But generally speaking, I think a lot of women need to learn to get a backbone, and so the female story of empowerment is growing into what we call her animus, and the male story of empowerment, in a healthy psychological sense, is often growing into his anima. But a lot of men, unfortunately, are fed a lie that true success is measured in money and power. And that is certainly, I think it's true on a certain level. But if you're talking about making your woman happy or having a fruitful relationship where the woman respects you for who you are, then power and wealth is going to get you respect from a certain kind of woman, but not the kind of woman that you actually want. That's all I will say. It depends on the show. It's actually very bad writing. They become very powerful at episode 5 or 6. Oh, depends on the show. In Overlord, for example, the character is extremely cautious and slowly takes over the country through sheer might. Okay. Other shows with overpowered characters, a character starts overpowered and then becomes even more absurd. But with most cases, the opponents they face always think they are the superior being and lose. It's blatant wish fulfillment shows with zombies so inserted so bad. Yeah, okay, so it's kind of like how women sometimes insert themselves into their romance books. Yeah. I get that. I mean, some people just want to do that. Some people want to put themselves in there. Kind of cringe. I've been having trouble reading pure text, but I did try it when I was trying to get everything watching ReZero. Okay. So here's the thing. Sim, I think there are some shows where it's so flowery and the happy ending is so unreal that it doesn't feel earned. And that can definitely happen in really shitty romances. Okay, that can definitely happen in really shitty romances, just like the isekai genre or the lit RPG genre has these really weird endings where the guy's at the top of the world and it feels like he didn't fight long and hard enough for it. I will say this, though, Sim, is like, I also wonder if the modern day audience is incapable of sticking with a character that long who's constantly struggling. You know, like those people who say, I'm okay with people making mistakes in the dungeon, but what they actually mean is I'm okay with them making 2 mistakes in the dungeon. Do you see what I'm saying? So like there were a lot of people who were like, man, Galadriel's a bitch in Rings of Power Season 1. And honestly, that was not my problem with that show. Everyone should know that. You should have watched my Rings of Power video. Because I always figured that they would slowly unravel her character and grow her over time. And so for me, I didn't need to see instant change in her character because I can allow for the character to change over time. The same thing with the Nicolo Rising series that I adore and love. Nicolo does not learn his lesson until like book 5. Like he fucks around for quite some time, in an amazing kind of way. But he messes around and does not learn his actual lesson until a very certain book, and I'm fine with that. I'm absolutely fine with sitting with a character and working with them over a long period of time to grow. I just wonder if people's stamina is really ready for a nitty-gritty build-up of a character over time. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just wondering if maybe the modern mental, like the attention span and everything, like if they can really handle that. Who hasn't played a game and turned on God mode to steamroll a game? I think the only time I turned on God mode in a video game was Sims 4, and I used Rosebud. That was the one and only time. Yeah. It's great. That was it. I almost never turn on God mode and you know, no life a game. So I can't ever have proper representation. It was the story of the relapsing addict, not that they never come but so hard earned and they never get to the success level of a normal person. Just okay. Poor Sim. All right. Well, if you want that, I recommend reading Hunger Games, because if I recall correctly, I read the last couple chapters of Hunger Games, and then I was like, you know what? I'm not going to read anymore. And I never read the series. Because I read the last 2 chapters of Hunger Games, and I was like, yeah, nah. The animation helps. Solo Leveling is an OPMC. The show is a smash hit. The animation helps. Yeah, I haven't seen Solo Leveling. What is the story of the relapsing at? Okay. So we want to have like a super loser who doesn't go anywhere. And ends up where he started. Barely. Oh, you know what? White Noise by DeLillo. If you want to get... Is that fair, guys? Don't read White Noise by DeLillo. Don't try to read the Nicolo series either. I'll make up videos about the Nicolo series. I am planning to do them in the future. Like complete breakdowns with pictures and stuff. So you guys don't have to read them. You can just listen to me talking about them endlessly. So then you can pretend that you've read them without actually having to read them. But loser man who barely increases and only becomes slightly less loser. Okay, let's try to think here. I feel like it would be in Litfic. Am I wrong? I feel like that's like a Litfic thing. Only Alien on the Planet and Goodnight, Mr. Tom. But those more deal with trauma. But that's more dealing with trauma. Very similar to Fruits Basket. Where you have traumatized people who end up healing, but when it ends, you can tell that there's still going to be more healing that has to happen. So it's happy ever after, but it's like measured. It's like measured. Trying to think of a story about someone who constantly fails and doesn't get any better or only marginally gets better. Let's see. Okay. I turned to Grok. Okay, I asked Grok. Let's take a look here. Catcher in the Rye by J.D. Salinger is about a disillusioned teenager who flunks out of multiple schools, struggles with alienation and mental health, attempts to find meaning and connect with others, but his progress is minimal amidst ongoing emotional turmoil. Stoner, which is not about weed, so Ben can sit down, is about a farm boy turned academic facing a life of quiet disappointment in his career. I mean, maybe he's a stoner. Marriage and personal aspirations. He works diligently. Well, we don't want a diligent worker, right? We want someone who is, like, not trying. Okay, Confederacy of Dunces. Overweight, eccentric scholar. Struggles to find his place in 1960s Orleans. His grandiose attempts to assert his intellectual superiority through various jobs and schemes lead to comedic failures. That sounds kind of funny, though. We want something extremely depressing. Oh, Japanese, maybe, can be depressing. Stevens, an aging butler, reflects on his decades of service to a British lord, realizing he sacrificed personal fulfillment. No, he's doing better than what Sim is looking for. At least he had a job and he was like, you know, like persisting in the face of whatever, corrections. Depressed banker trapped in a failing marriage and unfulfilling career. Yeah, but we want someone who can't even hold it down. I don't know. Grok didn't understand Confederacy of Dunces. Laughter. Well, I guess unless it started with +5 with a negative trajectory, but is it really the same place? Yeah, that's a good point. -50 to +5, but still is a +5. Do you see what I'm saying? The problem is that you're able to quantify that there's a 0 in there. What's to say that your -50 to +5 isn't a 0 to 55? Do you see what I'm saying? Is like, how do you quantify the difference between a 0 to 55 and a -50 to +5? If that makes sense, Sim. So I think probably what I would want to do is to first figure out how low is -50, right? And what does +5 look like? I don't know. Leo, I think Sim is looking for a more realistic exploration of the struggle to self-improve. Because like some people in chat, he might feel like he's not improving a lot or enough or fast enough, and seeing these unrealistic. Okay, let's see if I actually know a little bit about how Sim feels on a side tangent. Okay. Let's see if I can find it. Mia's makeover. Okay, this is what we're doing here. Okay, well, let's watch this.
You're late.
I know. I'm really sorry about it.
And where is Paolo?
Send in Paolo.
Always prompt.
Regina mia, buongiorno. My assistant, Gretchen and Helga.
Good afternoon. We're so pleased you could make yourself available to be here.
Your Majesty.
Excuse me.
What?
1:30 a.m.
We won't waste time. Let the work begin.
We're just watching Princess
Of course.
It's 1:30
Where is the
a.m.
beautiful girl?
My granddaughter, Amelia.
She is gorgeous. Let us take a closer look.
Paolo, we have a limited number of days before the state dinner.
Frizzy, busy, dizzy. In the best sense.
Oh, I would like it if your ladies would also sign our confidentiality agreement.
Majesty, there's
Okay.
no... So we begin, Principessa.
Okay, I just want to preface this. I actually don't hate this movie. I actually pretty much liked it. But it frustrated me as being a very plain girl who's legitimately plain to see this happen. Okay? But let's watch it because it is still fantastic. And then I really probably have to stop streaming because Party is coming in here and she's going ahem like Umbridge. So I got to stop it soon.
In Paolo's hands, remember, you will be beautiful. You have a thicker hair, but like a wolf. He's all right. Do you wear contact lens?
Well, I have them, but I don't really like to wear them that much.
Now you do.
You broke my glasses.
You broke my brush. Gretchen! Helga! Attack! I love your eyebrows. We'll call them Frida and Kahlo. If Brooke Shields married the Groucho Marx, their child would have your eyebrows. You want to know a big secret?
Good night, Herman.
The cucumber does nothing. This is something we make up.
So we'll fast forward.
And give you
A princess.
I remember like rolling my eyes. Now, here's the thing, okay? They flattened her before they then showed her in her actual gorgeous glory. Because let's all be real, I actually think Anna Hathaway is a gorgeous woman. But it was extremely satisfying to see this happen because I'm not an idiot and I am not going to project onto a film a necessity for reality when this is supposed to be a magical film about, you know, becoming a princess. But I will say this before I end stream. What I will say is this. Like Sim might be feeling about some narratives, kind of speed running to success, is that it feels like there is no real representation of a normal woman being accepted for just being a normal woman. And the reality is like those standards exist for a reason, right? And so if you're a 4 or 5 or 6 and not a 7, you're not going to be celebrated like this. And it's going to feel kind of sad, right? And this is what has led to some people to request things out of video games and entertainment that is really dumb, right? So then they want you to sit and pretend that this overweight woman is attractive, or that, although I do think there are some women who are overweight and are attractive, and I think there are some men who actually like overweight women, but TLDR, like, even if you aren't overweight and you're just plain looking, there is a sense that this kind of desire to represent ordinary women in the media, like in current day media, seems like that would be nice for all, like, us normal girls who don't look like Anne Hathaway. And to be told that a bro only wants to see pretty girls in their entertainment can feel harsh. But once again, you have to divide what is entertainment from what is reality and understand that the guys that are good guys, the guys who are grounded and worth dating and talking to are the guys who are going to understand that this is a fantasy and aren't going to request that of you necessarily, right? And so I could look at the Mia makeover and I could feel victimized by social standards and say, I could never achieve this, right? I could never achieve that because I don't have that beautiful face shape. My nose isn't bad, but like there's things about me that are not going to be as attractive necessarily as Anne Hathaway, but that doesn't mean I can't be attractive to somebody. And so this is where I think like some women allow themselves to kind of get into a self-victimizing trend, just like guys do when they look at success stories or when they hear about success. They can kind of get into this mode where they are unable to enjoy the fantasy of it because they just feel the stress of it. I personally enjoy the fantasy of a good makeover. But if I had huge issues with who I was, if I was younger, maybe it could probably impact me, right? Yeah. Exactly, Ben. So like women require a standard from males that they desire, and men require standards from women that they desire in their entertainment. And both men and women need to understand that those entertainments is not representative of real life. It's an escape that we can, experience. But I also recognize that maybe some people like Sim want to represent a more realistic exploration of, a person's path to marginally better. And an example would be, I don't know if Sim remembers, but Asmongold reacted to a video of an overweight woman who lost a lot of weight. She's still overweight, but she's looking better. And so it's the -50 to +5 transformation. So she's still not there yet. She still looks really plain. She still looks fairly, unattractive. She still is overweight, but she's lost a lot, right? And people in the chat were like, way to go, girl, congratulations. And they were cheering this woman on for taking care of herself. And so I do think to a certain degree, the reason why we don't always hear about those long-term transformations is because they take a long time and they're not always documented. But there are YouTube videos you can watch online of like men toning over like 100 days or a year. I've seen like the men losing weight over time. I've seen the women losing weight over time kind of videos where you could see that hours and hours were spent into taking care of themselves. So I think there's a world where we can enjoy Mia's makeover and we can enjoy slower makeovers. And maybe we just need more graphic novels that take the time. So if anyone here in chat is on Discord and can share with Sim some slower progress isekai graphic novels, please share with... Yes, I agree, Deck. Definitely Asmongold has been doing that. Bella Ramsey is the Auntie Hathaway. Anyway. So all this to say, we're going to end here. Party is worried, and I probably should go and start unwinding. I'm really sorry, chat. We only got one video done. Epic fail. I thought I wouldn't have anything to say because I was just going to yes man Greg Owens, but Ben's video derailed me. STRIMR fail again. Thank you for coming. Yeah. Thank you for coming, though. Thank you for chatting in chat. I really appreciate all of you talking. I still can't believe that I'm talking online with people, but here I am. But I hope everyone has a lovely night, a good work day if you're in the daytime. And hopefully this week I might have some spare time to spend in Discord. So we'll see if I'll see some of you around, and we can chat some more about stuff. But sorry for don't apologize. Don't apologize, Sim. You're totally fine. It was a very interesting thing that you brought up, and I think it's a great way if our community could step in, maybe into the film and TV chat and recommend slow burn lit RPG type stories. Okay, Leo, I choose you. Yeah, and let's see if we can find some slow burn improvement stories. Okay, so thank you, everyone. I really appreciate everyone coming in today and chatting. And I'll see everyone later. See you all next time.